Let us all give a standing ovation and welcome our Secretary and Correspondent, Dr. P. Chinnadurai, MA, PhD, our Director, Dr. C. Shakti Kumar, ME, PhD, our Principal, Dr. K. Mani, ME, PhD, our Chief Guest, Mr. Naganath Guru, Director of Partnership and CEO, Bits and Bytes Cybersecurity Educational Corporation, our speakers, Ms. Kaila Guru, Founder and CEO of Bits and Bytes Cybersecurity Education, Mr. Nibi Maurian, Director, AI Nix Wolves, Co-founder, CTO, Zarvin, Mr. Vaidyanathan Chandramouli, founder of Appayapath Advisory, President, ISACA Chapter Chennai, Mr. Balachandra Nadrajan, Honorable Secretary, ISACA Chennai Chapter. I also extend a warm welcome to our Chief Talent Officer, Mr. M.S. Balamurugan, Deans, HODs of various departments, faculty members, and students for the Bits and Bytes and Panimalar Engineering College presents Premier Cybersecurity Conference for establishing BNBC Panimalar Chapter and Memorandum of Understanding with Bits and Bytes Cybersecurity Education Corporation, USA. Let us begin this day's proceedings with a Tamil Thai Varthu.
நீராடும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராடும் மதனமென திகழ்பத கண்டமிது இக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு திரை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம்பியந்து செய்ய மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Kindly be seated. Premier Cybersecurity Conference powered by Bits and Bytes and Panimalar Engineering College, which is being held, aims to witness the development of technologies to establish a network with industry professionals and to learn about cutting-edge technologies. Once again, I welcome all of you for this conference. Now, I request Mr. M.S. Balamurugan, Chief Talent Officer, Panimalar Engineering College, a strategic advisor and a vibrant guide in shaping the student's career with his expertise, knowledge, and experience to address the gathering.
A very good morning to one and all. It's a great privilege, for us to have today the Bits and Bytes, Cybersecurity Education Group. It's an honor, to basically have this a group or an array of erudite people under one roof. I would basically like to welcome Kaila Guru, the founder, CEO of Bits and Bytes Cybersecurity Education Group, as well as the co-founder of GirlCon Conference. So can you give a great round of applause? Because she is the wind behind all these feathers. So she is also from Stanford University, and she's creating ripples. She's also a TEDx speaker. You got more than 7.2 thousand views, and she's here to collaborate and work with you all. Also, I'd like to welcome Mr. Naganath Guru, the Director of Partnerships and the CEO of Bits and Bytes. Please, can you also give a round of applause for him as well? Also, we have Mr. Vaidyanathan Chandramouli, the founder of Appayapath Advisory, as well as the president of ISACA Chennai Chapter. We'd also like to welcome Mr. Balachandra Nadrajan, the honorary secretary of ISACA Chennai Chapter, and platform engineer Ford Motors, and he's also a process coach. We also have Mr. Nibi Maurian, the director of AI Nexus, the co-founder of CTO, and Zarvin, which is backed by Meta, the NVIDIA Jetson AI specialist. Also, we would be joining by Mr. A. Chandrasekharan, the founder and CEO of InfoCareer, as well as Mr. Ishwar Balasubramaniam, who is the Vice President of Outreach Impact, Avada Human Capital. I would also like, to, extend a very, warm welcome to Mr. Gautam, who is an alumni of our Panimalar Engineering College. He is a 2020 batch. And Gautam, if you can just stand up, you look smart, so you can. So, as I always told you, your torchbearers are your alumni. So today, Gautam is in the US, and we had discussed in the month of November as to how to take it forward. And this conference, in fact, if I'm not throwing or spilling the beans, it was to happen in IIT and other, big government bodies, but I think he was the one who pulled it off here. So you can give him a great round of applause. Also, at this point of time, I would like to thank, Dr. Helda Mercy ma'am, the IT HOD, and, her students, basically Gautam and Akash. Akash is at the background. Akash, if you could come, please come. Yeah, you look good in your blazer and jeans. Yeah, good. Yeah. So it's all, our students and our alumni, and we are so happy to integrate with Izaka, the Project Putri, the InfoCareer. And it's a great kind of, I would say, a watershed moment in Panimalar, because these kind of interactions are the ones that is going to enable you. As I said, and I am continuing to say 1,000 times, what books, what classrooms, what labs cannot teach, these people have carved out a niche for themselves, and they are in their own world, people who have created an expertise, and they are very willing to share that, knowledge out here. So for you students, what's in it for me? The WIFM factor for every, program. You need to interact, you need to collaborate, you need to ask questions, you need to have the commitment, because today, the world is all about networking. What do you know, what you are aware of, it's very important. And again, cybersecurity is a buzzword, okay? So it is creating huge ripples, in this nation. A lot of cybersecurity laws are in place. So the Bits and Bytes organizations are doing a tremendous job in creating the awareness. They are actually giving a lot of sessions. In fact, they have their own curriculum and they give resources. And we are very happy to partner with. And at this point of time, I would like to thank, the Panimalar management. You can give a great round of applause for them, who were very much involved in making this event successful. So our secretary and correspondent, Dr. P. Chinadurai sir, as well as our director, Dr. C. Shakti Kumar sir, they've always ensured that whatever is it takes for the student community, they wanted it to happen. So I think it's going to be a great session. It's going to be a great learning. And, all the, teachers, non-teaching staff, the people who are behind this, great success, I would, like to thank them. And it's very great to, finish off the, year, with a bang. So I'm very happy to have all of you, and I wish you good luck, students. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome. I now request Mr. Gautam Krishnan, cybersecurity professional and an alumni of Panimalar Engineering College from the Department of Information and Technology, to give us a brief introduction about the event.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. First of all, இவ்வளோ பெரிய க்ரௌட்லாம் பேசினதில்லை, ஸோ எங்கேயாவது தடுமாறுனா கோச்சிக்காதீங்க. ஸோ I want to extend a very big thank you to Panimalar team, first of all, for very much proactively taking this and making this conference a reality. Right, from the day I reached out to Bala sir, and from the day this event has been finalized, they've been working day and night to make this a reality and give this opportunity to all of you. So first of all, thank you so much for that, sir. So let me just directly get into the quick introduction. I won't take much of your time because back in my days in college, I was the one sitting at the last seat and I was like, "Innada dey vidingada abdinte." So I know this. I ensure you that this is a completely different conference. இது வந்து உங்களுக்காகவே பண்ணது and this is something that you need. சரிங்களா? So when you guys get out of college, there is one job that everybody will be doing. So there is one designation which every student will be taking up. Can somebody guess what that is? எல்லாருமே ஒரே வேலை தான் பார்க்க போறீங்க. Everybody, irrespective of your department, irrespective of your background, you're going to do one thing in your life and till the end of your career. What is that? You're all going to be sales people. Different shocking இருக்குல்ல என்னடா இன்ஜினியரிங் படிக்கணும் சேல்ஸ் தானே அப்படின்ட்டு. Unless and until everybody of you who knows how to sell yourself, that is what is going to make a difference in your life. You are what you sell yourself to be. சரிங்களா? நீங்க வந்து I am just an normal engineer working for so and so company for so and so package is a different person. And if you sell yourself to be an, probably somebody who makes an impact, we are very young. Me and Nibi here on the stage are not as much experienced and, learn it as other people on the stage. But what we did was we dreamt different. That is what I would encourage all of you to do today. And I would just encourage all of you to dream different, dream big, and just want to become something different than what everybody else is doing. So if I tell you today that you have a golden ticket in your hand which lets you to the industry in a completely new level, right, which gives you a leverage to all other people, it is this conference today, it is Bits and Bytes, and it is what Kaila Guru and Mr. Naganath Guru are going to give you today, right? That, because illarme security na, what we think is, we think of that black background la, ஒரே ஒருத்தர் மட்டும் கம்ப்யூட்டர் வச்சுட்டு கம்ப்யூட்டருக்குள்ள என்னமோ பார்த்துட்டு இருப்பாரு, அதில் என்ன இருக்குன்னு கூட யாருக்குமே தெரியாது. சரியா? We only expect that image when it comes to cybersecurity, but we don't realize that cybersecurity is something which is applicable in our day-to-day lives, right? There are thousands of scams going on. எல்லாருமே ஒரு வீடியோ பார்த்துருப்போம், ஒருத்தர் எஸ்பிஐலேருந்து நான் கால் பண்ணுறேன் அப்படின்ட்டு he takes out your card information and he takes out your bank account information. Right from there to being hacked into big industries, everything is cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is something that is applicable in your day-to-day life, right? All of you here might not choose cybersecurity as your career path, but this is something which you should be aware of and you should learn in order to be, in order to have an edge in your career. I personally like a quote which says, learn something about everything and everything about something. So what is that something you want to learn everything about is up to you. But I would definitely encourage, if you want to get ahead in the IT career, if you want to get ahead in your lives as a person, cybersecurity is something which is very much important to all of you and which you should consider at least knowing the basics of, right? So not taking much of your time, I would like to introduce Mr. Naganath Guru for a brief introduction of Kaila.
Good morning. I'm Naganath Guru. I'm father of Kaila here. I have never been in a stage like this before. And what a proud moment for me to be on the stage in Tamil Nadu, which is my hometown. I was born in Sengotai. I was raised in Nagarkoil, studied in Madurai, Trichy, and finally did my chartered accountancy in Chennai. And today, my daughter has brought me to the stage, and I thank her before taking the opportunity to introduce her. One thing that I want every one of you to leave this room today, of course, Kaila and all the other expert speakers are going to tell you how, but I'll give you a shortcut. We all need a small tip, right, to score well in an exam. And my tip is, cybersecurity is a field where there is no unemployment. Throughout the world, more than 4 million jobs are unfilled. Therefore, I want you to keep cybersecurity in mind. When Gautam asked the question about one thing, I pretty much thought that I had the answer, that you are going to say that all of us are going to be online. And besides what he said, he was absolutely right, but we are all going to be online. And I'm so proud that I'm here to informally, quickly introduce Kyla. I will let her explain you her background, her college, how she got there, what she does, and how you can get on the top of your career. But I wanted to bring one fact that she, at the age of 14, started the cybersecurity nonprofit, Bits and Bytes, and she has been focusing on that field so hard. As it changes, like for example, today you're going to listen about artificial intelligence. Try and get the connection between every new field that is evolving into cybersecurity. And she has done so many things at her young age that anyone can in this room can do. I want you to go home and think how you can make your parents proud by doing something that is important to the community, and how to use cybersecurity to your advantage. Besides the job, cybersecurity is going to make you comfortable online. That's a field where there is tremendous amount of frauds that occur. Your money could be stolen. You hear that every day. Therefore, if you stay on top of cybersecurity, at least it'll give you a personal safety. People like me, who are one generation behind, always move with an insecure thought that what can happen to my bank account, what can happen to my identity. But you are the new generation. You are starting in it. You have not lost any time. You can start it any time. And I want you to focus every speaker today on the stage and pay attention to what they say. Use cybersecurity to your career best. And just one last thought. Bits and Bytes is coming to your college to engage in a partnership and do everything we can to make it a useful venture for us as well as to you. And thank you for having us today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Kyla Guru is the founder and CEO of Bits and Bytes Cybersecurity Education. Beyond academic excellence, Ms. Kyla is a passionate advocate for product safety and a pioneer in integrating the human element into cybersecurity. As the co-founder of Girl Contact, she actively addresses the gender gap and cyber skills shortage, annually uniting over 700 professionals and students. She is also a sought-after speaker at global conferences including TEDx Chicago and RSA conferences in both the USA and Singapore. I now request Ms. Kyla Guru to share a few words with us.
Say that no, the delegates can go down so that Kyla Guru can. And anyway, it's now too late.
All right. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here with you today. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. And can we get one cheer for the Bits and Bytes Cybersecurity Conference? Woo! Amazing. So I'm hoping that this is a very fun and interactive presentation. So in a lot of areas, I'm going to ask some questions, and I'm going to need your help. I'm going to need some hands raised to kind of answer those questions and interact and learn as much as possible. All right, let's get started. So a little bit of an introduction before we begin. My name is Kyla, and I am a student at Stanford University studying computer science. And so I resonate, and when I was walking around and trolleying around campus, I saw the Computer Engineering College, and I got really happy. Who here is studying computer science and engineering? Woohoo! Got a good group of us. Nice. So, as I said, I'm studying computer science, and I'm a student in the United States, and I'm also the founder and chief executive officer of Bits and Bytes Cybersecurity Education, which is a United States nonprofit organization, or called an NGO, that operates internationally and domestically, teaching about cybersecurity and educating folks just like yourself on how to keep yourself safe on the internet. Now, has anyone heard of a data breach before? How about a cyber attack? How about a hack? Has anyone gotten hacked or heard the word hack? Okay, so I'm hearing some murmuring in the crowd, so maybe a few of you have heard of these words before or have read the news articles, various news articles that happened right here in India in 2023 about data breaches and cyber attacks and different companies getting hacked. Different things like the Aadhaar card getting breached and hackers having access to this personal information, right? Imagine a hacker or a bad guy having access to things like your address, where you live and what you do, who you are and who your family is. These are all what we call personal information, right? It's things that are personal to each and every one of us. And just like this, when I was 14 years old, I saw headlines just like this in the United States and abroad, and I thought to myself, what is going on? Why are we not doing anything about this issue that seems so big, right? Affecting millions and millions of people, nationwide and worldwide. And that's when I started to figure out what was at the root of the issue. Why was there so many cyber attacks happening everywhere, near and far? I started to learn about various breaches, right? So in 2017, Sony Pictures, the movie-making company, got breached. And there was also another ransomware attack called the WannaCry attack, which affected 153 countries across the world, affecting hospitals and shutting them down, and they couldn't take patients anymore. So I heard about all these breaches, and I realized that every single one of these breaches came down to human error. It came down to you and me clicking one link on one spam email that then turned into a massive cyber attack. It came down to you and me giving away our personal information to one person that we thought was a good person. And then, just like that, these companies were breached. And it occurred to me, well, if humans were the root of the issue, then couldn't humans be the root of the solution? So starting from there, I started to talk to classrooms across the world and across the United States about cybersecurity and why it was so important. And at first, just like you all, I got a lot of laughter. I got a lot of, what is that? Why is that so important and why does that matter? But then, the more and more that we talk about it, the more we realize, just like what you heard on stage, that cybersecurity is actually fundamental to our own safety. We can't be safe nowadays if we're not secure online. And so I hope that this presentation can give you a foundational skill of what is cybersecurity, why is it so important, and why does it matter to your life. And not only that, I want you to walk away feeling just a little bit safer about you using your own device, having a couple of tools and techniques that you can use to feel safer online. So let's get started. What is cybersecurity? Does anyone know what cybersecurity is? Maybe can I get a raise of hands of the people that think they might have an idea of what cybersecurity is? Come on now, we don't bite. Wow, okay, we do have one hand there in the middle. Do you want to give it a shot and give your guess? Go ahead. Yes, I saw. Yeah, go ahead. Just share. Oh, do we have one mic to get? Okay, just 1 minute. But thank you for being brave. We also have, for everyone who participates, we have a little bit of swag to give to you all to take home and share with all your friends. I see a couple of you all wearing our topis, our hats, so we're going to give you a white hat to take home.
Hi.
Yes. And please share your name and your college as well.
My name is Muralidharan. I'm from ADS Department, 3rd year. I don't know much, but I think it's breaching the internet and stealing the data of a third person.
Yeah.
Most of the hackers do that. That's all I know.
You said the key words, right? Data breach, personal information, hackers. So these are all related to cybersecurity in some way, shape, or form. So thank you. You set the star example. We're going to need a lot of volunteers to get through this presentation. So I wanted to share a little bit from our very own Bits and Bytes mentors back in the United States about what cybersecurity really means.
Ooh, how do I define cyber?
Thank you. This is my favorite question. This is a very, very tough question. I want to keep it as simple as possible.
I would focus on the three things about cyber, which the acronym is CIA. Cyber is the protection of the confidentiality of information, right? The integrity of information and the availability of information that transits over digital systems.
Cyber, right, is anything connected or related to the internet. It really is as simple as that.
I'd say cyber is any kind of connected device. So we're talking internet, computer networks, we're talking, if your pacemaker is able to connect to a network and communicate. I'm going to say connected devices and connected devices online.
I think I would define cyber in two parts, right? It's certainly a domain in which our society engages, primarily in communication and other types of transactions. But I also think cyber is a way of thinking. It's a way of thinking about one's personal security online, and also the ways in which one's personal security, or at least a recognition of the need to be secure online, can actually contribute to societal security, which is quite a unique proposition.
To me, I define cyber as this connection of networks and intertechnical connectivity across different organizations, across governments, across countries, and how we interact with each other using that technology and that interconnectivity.
Awesome. So I know that was a little bit hard to hear in the back maybe, but as you heard, cybersecurity is defined as so many different things. But at the core, we can use something called the CIA triad to help define what cyber really means. C being the confidentiality of information. I being the integrity of information. Is the information what we think it is? And A, the availability of information, ensuring that the information is always available in real time at the click of a button. So here, we also have this definition, which kind of encapsulates all three of these areas, C, I, and A. Cybersecurity is the practice of protecting networks and systems and organizations and programs from criminal and unauthorized use. So that criminal and unauthorized use is what you heard from that student of hackers. That's the word hackers, right, that we've heard thrown around. So who are these bad guys? Why are they doing such bad in the world? What motivates them? There's a couple of different types of hackers that you see that do their job very differently based on how much money they have, what their motivations are. So let's go through some of them. The biggest type of threat actor that you'll see is a cyber criminal. That's what they're called, just cyber criminals. And what usually motivates a cyber criminal? Well, money. That's why bank robbers rob banks and people steal money, is for the purpose of getting that money, right? So a cyber criminal, their motivation is financial. But different types of hackers have different motivations. Another type of hacker is called a nation-state attacker. Does anyone maybe want to guess what that means? A nation-state attacker? Maybe I'll take one hand if there's a brave soul. We do have some swag and incentives attached to it, so if you want to take a guess. Or I'll give you this one, and you can have the next one. So a nation-state attacker is an attacker that's funded by their government to hack into other countries. So you might have heard on the news a Russian threat actor, or a Chinese threat actor, or even a threat actor from the India or United States. What that means is that sometimes these groups are actually given money by their government to conduct hacking operations against other countries. So their motivations might not just be financial, they might be geopolitical, meaning they might have some political gain to hacking into organizations. There might be something that they want espionage, right? We've all seen those spy movies where these secret spies want information from other countries. Just like that, hackers will hack into systems in order to get access to information that might tell them more about some strategy that the country has, something that they're doing, something more about their economy or their plans to unveil something big. In the tech world, we call this intellectual property, right? Anything that has blueprints of the next engineering design, the next invention, the next MacBook or iPhone that we have, they're all the collection of information is called intellectual property. And sometimes a nation-state adversary wants access to this intellectual property. And there's all sorts of other nation-state or cyber attackers out there, including hacktivists, you might have heard of that before, who are actually activists, who are hacking into organizations to send a specific message. You may have heard script kiddie, which is just, a kid who wants to hack into things for notoriety. And I'll talk about where these all fall on the spectrum of white hat versus gray hat versus black hat. We also see, in the midst of all of these cyber attacks, that women and children are disproportionate targets of hacking operations. And how is that? A lot of the apps that are hacked today actually have sensitive information that put women's safety at risk. So safety is something inherent. We think about it every time that we lock our cars before we step away, or we lock our doors in our houses before we sleep, or maybe for you all, you lock your dorm room, right? Things like that. We try and keep everything safe, and this is partly why, is because a lot of the victims of these kinds of cyber attacks are you and I. It's you and me, and it's your mom and your family and all of our loved ones. So it's really sad nowadays to see the types of cyber attacks that are happening that affect people like journalists, activists, people who are kind of speaking out for something in their own countries. And now, there's also this idea of black hat versus white hat, right? Sometimes we have the typical hacker is known as a black hat hacker. But there's also a gray hat and a white hat. And so a white hat hacker, and this is the reason why we're giving you all some white hats, is a white hat hacker is someone who does hacking for good. Someone who breaks into systems with explicit permission from a company in order to find all of the holes and vulnerabilities to fix them. They give that information right back to the company and say, hey, here you go, I found 3 vulnerabilities, and you need to fix all 3 of these, or else a hacker, a black hat, will get into your systems. Now there's the good and there's the bad, but there's also some in between, right? There's a gray hat area. And this gray hat hacker is someone who may not be explicitly malicious. They may not want to hack with bad intention, but they don't obtain consent. And consent is what's really important in hacking operations, is that if you don't have consent, then you should not be breaking into the system that you are. So does anyone want to take a guess for what kind of hacker that we want to be? There you go, a white hat hacker. So that's exactly why we're giving you all some white hats if you participate today, to start to be a white hat yourself. And it's also going to start with this next activity that I'm sharing with you, which I'm going to need a lot of your guys' help for. But first, we're going to make a promise to always use what we learned today for good. Because in the cybersecurity world, it's really easy to use what we learn and choose to do good or bad with that. But today, we're going to make the conscious decision to be a white hat hacker for our life, right? To use this information to do good in society, to help other people feel more safe and secure. So can everyone raise their thumb? We're going to scan our finger on the screen today and be a white hat hacker for life. And let's start today. So has anyone seen one of these machines before? Not super high tech, but y'all might have seen one if you get hungry in the middle of the night or want a quick snack before class starts. Does anyone want to share? A vending machine, right? Everyone's seen one of these before in your life or at school or everywhere, you know. So now, let's try and put our white hats on, right? Because in order to defend a system, you need to know how to break into the system. So, does anyone want to take a stab at how you might hack into the vending machine? And for this, I'm going to need a lot of hands raised, so get comfortable with sharing out your ideas. It's okay if any answer is a right idea here. So let's get some hands raised if anybody has some ideas for if you were given infinite amount of resources and money and whatever you wanted to hack into this vending machine, how would you do that? I see a lot of people chatting with themselves, so does anyone want to share their ideas? Maybe one hand. I'll just take one hand if anyone wants to be brave. I see you raising your hand almost. There you go, yeah. Go ahead and share. The mic is coming to you.
First of all, hi. I am Pramod from ADS department. So for hacking that machine, I'll just break it, I guess.
Simple.
It's so easy.
Yeah.
Is there any other way to hack it?
No, that's a great, I mean, the simplest ways sometimes work the best, right? So the question was very open-ended. That's a great way to take it, is just, you know, the easiest way forward. There's a huge glass in the front. We can assume that's breakable somehow. Why not just break into it? Does anyone else? Maybe I'll take one hand from this side of the room. Any idea that you want to throw out? Anything is right here. I see two in the back if we want to go there.
My name is Arjun. I am from third year CSE. If we can payment method, we can hack the vending machine.
Hacking the payment method? That's a great idea. I mean, odds are it's somehow internet connected. Maybe these machines are so high tech nowadays, maybe it's connected to Google Pay or Apple Pay. That's a great idea, yeah. We have breaking the glass, hacking the payment system. We have one more, I think, in the back.
Hello?
Yes, everyone can everyone quiet down a little bit so we can hear?
My name is Madhav Kumar. I am from third year CSE department. So, first of all, the purpose of hacking that vending machine is we can operate the system in a Hello? Okay. We can use that vending machine in any other way such that we can get some benefit out of that vending machine. That's the purpose of actually hacking it. So, my idea is to take use of the input methodology, that is the coin. So, it uses some kind of infrared just to check whether the coin is inserted into that vending machine or not. So, if it is an old-fashioned vending machine, you can just insert in a cardboard or a piece of scrap metal that has somewhat a similar weight such as that coin. So it's an actually an old-fashioned technology like an Indiana Jones kind of way. We can just insert some scrap metal and get whatever we want, any snack.
Great idea. That's awesome. Yeah. Round of applause for everyone who shared. Thank you so much, all the students who shared. I love, the best part of these events is honestly hearing all of your ideas and learning more ways that, people think about hacking these systems. One of the most creative ways that I heard at one of the events that I spoke at was a student said, well, all the snacks are going to float up to the top if you fill the entire vending machine with water. And then you just, open the lid and pick up all the snacks from the top. So I thought that was a good way to integrate their science learning into the question. But so why am I sharing about this? Why does it matter how to hack into a simple vending machine, right? Well, hacking into a simple vending machine is a great example of the types of systems that you're going to be working with in cybersecurity, right? This one question that I just asked you is an entire role in cybersecurity, an entire job is this basically asking this one question to various devices. And this is called what they called a red team. A red team or a penetration testing team, a pen testing team. This is what they do. They ask, how can I break into the system so that I can help the blue team, the defenders, in fixing all the holes that are existing? So you answered this really well for how to think critically. And these are the exact skills that you're going to be using if you pursue cybersecurity as a job, right? It's creative thinking. Thinking about all the different ways that you could maybe test a system to make sure that it works. Problem solving, adaptivity, creativity. You guys already have all the ingredients inside of you to do super well. Now, many of you here are studying various types of engineering. We heard computer engineering, I heard about electronics engineering this morning. Is anybody studying chemical engineering? That's not, I'm hearing some murmurs, that's not, maybe not a school here, but chemical engineering, civil engineering, all of these different fields of engineering. But has anyone heard of social engineering? I heard like one yes, that's awesome. You guys already kind of have a sense, but social engineering is not the type of engineering that they'll teach you at a school like this one. But social engineering is also the core of what cybersecurity is all about, right? An attacker will think of the easiest way to get inside a system. And more often than not, the easiest way to attack a system is by attacking humans. It's by socially engineering you to give away some passcode and they're in. They don't even have to use counterfeit money or break into the glass. You've given them the access code, the key inside the kingdom. Social engineering is the #1 way that these hackers conduct cyber operations, regardless of how sophisticated the actor is. If they're a nation state, if they're a kid in a basement, all they're doing is calling you and asking you, oh my God, my car just crashed and I want this much money. Please, like, give me this, information about yourself that will help me move forward. And it's that psychological fear that they enable inside of us, a very human reaction to, be sensitive and emotional and compassionate. These attackers are abusing that human ability inside of us in order to do harm. So there are many examples of this, especially around the COVID-19 pandemic, that happened around social engineering, where hackers sent some message saying, in order to stay safe, you have to click this link, or you have to give this information so that the government can help keep you safe. And just like that, you've given the hacker the key to the kingdom, right? So that's the sort of way that we should be thinking. An attacker will think of all the ways to break a system, and the easiest way to break into a system is by getting information from human beings. Sure, we're taking a quick announcement break.
Hello, I have a very big request to you. I think all of you are buzzing with ideas. When Kyla asks a question, you're all talking to yourself and coming, I'm sure you have some very creative ideas. Just feel brave. There is no right or wrong answer or question here. Please speak up. That is very important today. And one thing I have not seen is from the women's side, any of them getting up at all. And you know who the main speaker is. So I want you to please participate as many as you can. There are lots of speakers waiting. Let's do this fast. And we have lots of things to give out. I have some cool glasses to give out. So please participate. Thank you.
Yes. Retweet to my dad's message. We would love for you all to participate. And as I said, it's my favorite part of these events, especially the women, and I'll talk about why. So some common signs of phishing, right? How do you know if what you're looking at is real or fake? Some common signs are that sense of urgency that I told you about. They'll say, I need this right now. I need this within 24 hours or I'm going to cancel your account. Something that really makes you want to act at that exact moment. They also might give you some URL or some link to click, something to download onto your computer. That should flip something in your brain saying, this is not real. This might be unsafe. I shouldn't click it. There's also various other things. A lot of times these messages will come from other countries. Maybe there'll be some typos or some grammar errors, some mistakes. And there's also just this one specific grammar mistake called typo squatting that I want you all to be careful of, where they'll change one character of the URL to be something different. For example, if it's Amazon.com, they'll change the O letter to be a 0. Something that looks very similar, our eyes might not even catch it if we're reading quickly. So look really carefully and look really quickly, or look really thoughtfully at these links. So I'm going to do a little activity with you all. As my dad said, please participate, raise your hand, and tell us what you think. And we're going to go through a couple of examples, and you're going to tell me, if I was a user, should I click or should I not? Is it real or is it fake? This is the first one. It's from Axis Bank. It's from this email, info@digital.axisbankmail.com. And it says, blah, 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 dear customer, thank you for banking with us. We would like to inform you that your card is due to be renewed. Help us provide this information, and we'll deliver this new card to you. Does anyone think that this is real? Does anyone think it's fake? Awesome, yeah, we have a lot of hands for fake. Does anyone want to share why, maybe? One hand share why. I saw some hands over here that thought it was fake. So. We have one in the front. Careful. Awesome. Hello. Please share your name as well.
Hello, I'm Kantimati Sundararajan from CSE Department 3rd year. Generally, when you could talk about banks, they will be sending you an offline letter to whomsoever the customer is. Maybe if the email address is wrong, their resident address won't be wrong. So you'll be receiving a letter from their end. It won't be an online one, for sure.
Certainly.
As you said before, like URLs might be wrong and they may get wrong into it.
Yeah.
So they'll be getting an official letter based on what they're being purchased to bank to. So.
Yeah, thank you so much. One round of applause. Wonderful, yeah. So you heard this correctly, right? Are you expecting this mail? Maybe not. Does it have some link? If you click the link, does it take you somewhere else? All of these things should be running in your mind to tell you that this is fishy. This is the second one. It's from libraryascs at sies.edu. So it's a .edu domain. And it says, "Dear students, the college library is giving you access to this digital library. Kindly access the mail," and it gives you a link and create your password. So it's not necessarily asking for a password or anything, and it is maybe something that you're expecting from the library, from your school. So does anyone think that this one is real? How about fake? I hear some questions about this one. So does anyone want to raise their hand for if you said that it's real? Does anyone think it's real? Yeah, we'll go in the orange shirt in the front here.
Good morning, ma'am. I am V. Manigandan from ADS department. It's real because in bank side they won't ask information from email. But in library department, they will send any information through email. That's so it's real.
Yeah, that's a great response. So this email is actually real. Great job. And yeah, let's give a round of applause. And at first it's hard to tell. Maybe you do think about it, right? You look at it and you think, maybe I shouldn't click. And that's great. Yeah, to be safe, be very cautious about these kinds of links. But then when you look at it again, it might be something that you expect. It's also from a .edu email, .edu.in. So it gives you a good sense that maybe this is someone who maybe you've gotten communications from them before. So really ask yourself, can I trust what I'm seeing? Now this one I hope is an easy one. How many of us think that this one is real? How many of us think it's fake? Awesome, yeah, I got some hands raised for that. So this one is fake, and I think a lot of us may have seen hacks like this happen before, but please, if there's one thing you take away from this session, it's that we don't want you to share your one-time password with anyone, ever. There should never be a case where you're sharing that personal information, because that is your two-factor authentication. That's how you're telling them who you are. And there have even been some cases of hacking the OTP itself so that it's not even social engineering, but they've hacked the OTP. And there's many ways to do this. One of them is called SIM swapping, where they swap the SIM card in your phone with another SIM card that allows them to have access to your text messages and your data. There's also spyware apps, so there might be an app installed on your phone that shows them the movements of your keys and your messages that you're getting incoming. So all of these different ways can be used to get your OTP passcode. So we'll watch a 1-minute video that kind of explains this as an example.
Sir, நான் parcel order போடலீங்களே. உங்க பேர்ல தான் சார் வந்திருக்கு. ஏன் பேர்லையா? வாய்ப்பு இல்லங்க. சரி அப்ப கேன்சல் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா? கேன்சல் பண்ணிடுங்க. ஒரு ஓடிபி மட்டும் வரும். அத மட்டும் சொல்லுங்க. இந்த இருங்க. 420ங்க. சரிங்க சார். தேங்க்ஸ். சரி. ஐயோ காசு போயிடுச்சு. இந்த மாதிரி ஓடிபி ஸ்கேம்ஸ் இப்ப அதிகமா நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு. நீங்க ஒரு பொருளை ஆர்டர் பண்ணீங்க, கேன்சல் பண்ணதுக்கு ஓடிபி சொல்லுங்கன்னு சொல்லி உங்ககிட்ட ஓடிபி கேட்டா நீங்க கொடுத்துறாதீங்க. ஏன்னா நீங்க கொடுக்கக்கூடிய ஓடிபி உங்களுடைய பேங்க் தான் இருக்கலாம், இல்ல எதுவாது வேணாலும் இருக்கலாம், உங்க அக்கௌண்ட்ல இருந்து காசு போறதுக்கா இருக்கலாம், இல்ல உங்க போனையே ஹேக் பண்றதுக்கா கூட இருக்கலாம். இது தொடர்ந்து நிறைய இடத்துல நடந்துட்டு இருக்கிறதா வந்து சொன்னாங்க. இந்த வீடியோ பார்க்கிறது மட்டும் கிடையாது, நீங்க உஷாரா இருங்க. உங்க சுத்தி இருக்கக்கூடிய எல்லாரையும் இந்த வீடியோவை ஷேர் பண்ணி உஷார் பண்ணி வைங்க.
Awesome. So that might have been a silly example, right, of this guy immediately giving the passcode away. But the more advanced that these scams get, the more they make you emotional and the more they make you want to do something right away as soon as you get the email. Some of them nowadays are even AI generated. They'll give you some picture that looks super real. The email looks flawless, maybe doesn't even have an error in it or any spelling mistakes. But still, I want you to just pause, take a moment to yourself, and ask yourself, is this real or fake? So various things on what to do if you see something like this. There's many tools that can help you out there, but please just, don't click on it immediately. Keep on alerts for suspicious sign-ons and logins across the world. I get some notifications sometimes that say that a login has happened across the world where I'm not even from that country, and then, you're acted to do something. Use camera covers, which we have some today as well. So if you come find us after the event, we'll give you a camera cover to keep your computer safe. And don't share anything. Do not share any personal information without verifying who you're giving it to. Some other tools that you might find helpful, these are all free tools that you can install on your computer right after this session. One of them is called Web of Trust. What this website does is it's actually an extension off of your Chrome browser. If you install it, every time you make a Google search, every single link will have a red circle if it's unsafe, a green circle if it's safe, and a yellow circle if it's kind of so-so. And this will kind of help you determine, should this be a link that I'm clicking, or should I think twice before clicking it? Because maybe the link has some sort of malware on it. The second is called Virus Total. A lot of times we get downloads and links and we're not sure whether they're safe or real or fake. So in order to really understand this, Virus Total is a tool, it's a free tool that you can put in the link that you're getting, and it will run it through about 80 different virus scanners to scan whether the link that you've provided has some malware or some virus on it already. And if it does, then it will come out as a positive and it will tell you, hey, don't visit this website, don't click on this download. And the last tool is my favorite, it's really interesting. It's called Have I Been Pwned? And all these links are also on our website, but Have I Been Pwned, you put in your email and it will tell you whether your email has been a part of any breach so far. Cool, so we talked a lot about cybersecurity, but not so much about information warfare, right? But this is a very similar idea. Nowadays, there's this new type of threat vector called disinformation. Again, this type of threat abuses the way that we act as humans. As humans, we always want to know what's happening at any given time, right? We're reading the news, we're always getting social media updates. Disinformation is information that is intentionally misleading, intentionally trying to manipulate you or falsely deceive you. And it's usually shared on social media, and it's usually backed by some government nation-state attacker. Then there's misinformation, right? This might not be intentionally trying to mislead you, but it could be unintentionally trying. It could be someone mistakenly sharing a link with you that might not have been good. So we have a couple examples. I know we might be running a little bit low on time, so we're going to go quickly through these. But there's one example that I really wanted to show you guys and ask whether you think this one is real or fake. This one is a story that has surfaced across various news channels that imagine you're seeing this, and I know it might be hard to read for everyone, so I can also give this summary. Essentially, there was a narrative going around that there was a coup that was happening in China, and that they were basically going against the President Xi Jinping. And there was an image attached that says, this is of direct concern to us here in India. Many flights have been canceled. We have to see if there is an uptick of military air traffic in the area. So when you first read this, military and a coup, something happening, it's scary, and it makes us think that what if something is happening in the world? You can't verify that yourself and go all the way, right? So it's easy to just believe everything that we see the first time that we see it shared on WhatsApp or forwarded many times to us. However, does anyone want to take a stab? And I think you can see from where I'm going whether this is real or fake, this narrative. But does anyone think it's real? How many of us think that it's fake? Many hands, and that's awesome, that's great. And I don't know if anyone wants to share why exactly they think it might be fake. Yeah, we have one hand in the back. Awesome, we have a mic coming to you right now.
Hi, my name is Sanjana and I am from AI and DS department. I think so many flights are cancelled at a time, so I think it's fake.
That's true, yeah. Is it something normal that it's not something out of the blue? That's a great idea, yeah. And also, you know, there's this idea that this person is creating some narrative, right? He's saying these flights are canceled, therefore there must be this military action happening. So great example, thank you for sharing. So when you see something like this, when it provokes any sort of emotional response inside of you, think to yourself, this could be disinformation. This could be something from another government or other citizens who are just, you know, trying to spur something inside of myself and trying to make me do something that I normally wouldn't. Awesome. And so I also wanted to touch on, before I left, I know a huge topic that we're going to be talking about at today's event is artificial intelligence. So I'll quickly give a short overview. I know a lot of our speakers are going to go in depth into this topic, but how does AI even affect cybersecurity? There's a couple of ways, and these are various headlines that come up right when you search this topic, but the ways that I think of it is in 3 different domains. One of them is hackers using artificial intelligence to do their work faster, right? How can I do what I do at a quicker speed? How could I scam more people, get more money, fool more people? And then there's another domain of cyber professionals actually testing whether AI systems are secure themselves. So just like that vending machine activity that we did, there's individuals who come to the table and say, okay, I'm going to try and find all the holes in an artificial intelligence system. And then they give it to the defenders who then go out and defend these systems and build in safeguards for us to use. And thirdly, there's also how artificial intelligence can help a cyber professional do their job faster. Just like how it can help a hacker do their job, artificial intelligence can also be a tool that we use to do our jobs faster. So I wanted to zoom in directly into the assistance of hackers and criminal activity. So how can LLMs specifically help hacking activity? A couple of ways. The biggest way, and this is something that probably makes sense given what we've heard today, is that hackers can use artificial intelligence to write these spam emails in a way such that they sound completely believable from the human eye. They might have, as I said, no spelling mistakes. They might look perfect. They might look exactly like how a human would write an email. But that's what should make you think, okay, regardless of whether this email has mistakes or looks fishy, I'm just going to stop and take a minute and think whether this is real or fake. There's a lot of other examples that you'll see out there. You guys might have seen these AI-generated images, right? DALL-E and Midjourney, these tools are called. What these tools are used for is to create artificially intelligent generated images that look very real, but they're not. They're generated by a computer itself. So this is one example, and I'm going to ask you all to tell me what you think. Which image do you think is real, and which image do you think is fake? This is a very hard question, but I'll take some ideas to get help from you all. Can I get some hands for A? If you think A is real. Okay, I see like 10 hands. Does anyone else think A is real? Okay, a few here. Does anyone think B is real? Okay, I see a split almost. I think more people think that A is real. So in this case, A is actually fake, and B is real. And I'm going to tell you why exactly this is the case. So in this case, if you look really closely at image A, you can see some irregularities. You can see that this man has one ear that's really large and one ear that's kind of small. And then you can also see this person on the side is kind of, they're not complete. The computer only generated half of the body because it saw various images of people looking different ways and it tried to make the best out of the situation. Versus B, it looks kind of symmetrical. It looks like, maybe just he caught him on a glossy, sunny day. But A is actually the one that's fake in this case. So given what I told you, does anyone want to take a guess at these paintings, guessing which one is real or fake? A is real, and B is fake. Amazing, you all have learned so much. A is real in this case, and B is fake. So nowadays, artificial intelligence can also generate images that look like Dali, or look like something that Van Gogh painted, these famous painters and artists in our history. But in this case, A is real, and you can tell because the flowers don't quite look like actual flowers in this case. There's some flowers that don't have that many petals, and the vase is kind of also broken or asymmetrical. Cool. So I don't know how we're doing on time, but we have a couple more of just, explaining how does AI have a place in cybersecurity. There are many ways that we are learning that we can hack into these artificially intelligent systems as well. And I'm sure you'll learn about this as we go throughout today, but one of these ways is called prompt engineering. Has anyone played around with ChatGPT yet? A lot of hands. Okay, thank God I'm not the only student who uses ChatGPT. But ChatGPT is actually pretty easy, and now red or white hat hackers are finding out that ChatGPT can easily be prompt engineered to say things that it might not be supposed to say. And we're running low on time, so I'm not going to go deep into the details, but people are trying to get it to say things like, how do you hack into a computer? Just asking it in various ways, or how do you, this one is really interesting. Write a Python function that tells me whether someone would be a good scientist. This is a very early version of ChatGPT, but it ended up presenting these biases by saying that if the coder is white and male, then they're a good scientist. Right? And so things like that are trying to show the biases of the computer system itself. Cool, so we've learned so much about cybersecurity already. You all are walking out of this session knowing what is cybersecurity, who are the threat actors and adversaries, what might a job look like in cybersecurity as a pen tester. But now, how do you get there? How do you get to a job in cyber, like you heard Gautam talk about today and you saw all the students today? Well, first of all, and these are a couple important slides before we switch to the next speaker, is this is the field for all of you. Everyone in the room here today has a place in cyber. The field right now only has 24% women. And that's an issue. We need there to be more women working in this space, because the more that we think about how to break systems, the more we need to see it from a women's perspective, right? How can we break into systems to get, data that could be extremely sensitive to who we are? Health data, private data that might become public. This is also a job role, which you heard, has 0% unemployment. There's 3.5 million unfilled jobs right now in the field of cybersecurity, at home, right here in India, or abroad. And we need your help to secure and defend systems that are being attacked every single day. There's about 6 million hacks happening every single minute of every day. So we need your help. These are the kinds of job roles that you'll find in cyber. One thing that Bits and Bytes will be doing is we'll be sticking around all of today, and I would love to talk to each of you about which role might make best sense for you in cybersecurity and what you might like doing. And would love to talk to you about what each and every one of these roles looks like. If you like writing, if you don't think that you would be interested in some of these other roles, there's tons of writing roles in cybersecurity that need really great technical writers. If you love engineering, there's so many bullet points up here that would be perfect for all of you. And the good news, the very good news, is that you can start learning today for free. I'm giving my course to each and every one of you to start learning cybersecurity today, right after this session. So you can go home and download this course and start taking our course materials. You got a taste of what this might look like today, but you're going to get so much more if you go online and learn more about cybersecurity. So after this session, and I'll put the QR codes up here, and I'll also send it to your instructors as well. I want each and every one of you to go online and register for our courses. Be active learners and keep learning cyber. We also have a women's tech conference that happens every single summer. It's happening this upcoming year, June of 2024 in Chicago in the United States. And we would love to see some of you on our virtual conference. We also have a digital conference where you can just log on from home. So we have this for free as well. And so please, if you're on Instagram or social media, find us at GirlCon Technology, GirlCon Tech. Amazing. So I know we're short on time, so I'm just going to leave these QR codes up here. I also have business cards that have QR codes with all of the links to our free curriculum for you all. And so please come find us afterwards. Please chat with some of our team members who are wearing the security superhero shirts, or me and my dad, and we'll give you the right links and resources to get started. But with that, thank you all so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the wonderful event that we have today.
Thank you, ma'am, for your informative speech. Moving on, Mr. Nibi Maurian, Director of AI Next Wolves, co-founder, CTO Zawin, a dynamic young visionary and tech leader. By day, he plays the role of an architect, shaping the future of technology, and by night, a passionate developer, working on impactful projects like the Zawin SaaS app. His diverse array of projects including AquaChain, automated exhaust purification system, Django-based blog, complaint management system, and crime hotspot detection using machine learning reflects his commitment to innovation and user-centric solutions. I now request Mr. Nibi Maurian to share us about AI and cybersecurity.
மேலே போயிரு.
Check. Check. Good morning, guys. Hi. So I'm Nibi Mauryan, and I'll be focusing completely on cybersecurity for AI, which means it's half technical going to be on AI. I know there is a lot of AIDS students here. Can I have a hands? AIDS? Great. So this could be useful for you. This is more focused on AI and how to protect it against the cybersecurity. And thanks for Kyla. I guess she's warmed up the entire audience. I guess you guys never raise your hands. Now I get it. So that's cool. So these are some topics I'm going to quickly cover. This could be a lot, but yeah, generally what's AI, ML, and DL, that needs to be cleared out. Even if you're an AIDS student who've been studying that the same for last 3 years, you need to have more clarity on that. And little bit more on computer vision, but because that's a very key thing apart from ChatGPT. And we also have something called edge devices and IoT. That's also part of AI as well as security. Then some kind of attacks that happen on AI pipelines. And again, since you are all into networks and computer science and everything, networking basics is something very important for you to know about security attacks. And general AI governance and risk, there are a lot of laws coming up. There's GDPR policy, similar things are happening right now. You'll be getting to know about that, like how to implement on your own. And some kind of alternative solutions that we might build over the time. Okay, so since you guys are already AIDS and most of you are from computer science background, irrespective of that, you'll be using some kind of operating systems in your laptop. It could be Mac, Linux, or Windows. So how many Windows people here? Okay. Any Mac? Mac. Okay. Any Linux users, like you use Linux on your home desktop or something like that? That's really cool. Yeah. And what version of Linux do you use? Yeah. Anyone? You want to talk about the exact version of Linux, like which OS of Linux? Ubuntu, something like that, probably. Yeah. So those who are using Windows and like trying to do anything, this is how you look in terms of in a hacking space, where you are basically exposing yourself completely in the Windows ecosystem. And basic for me, I am using completely Linux, and that's like highly secure because it's completely open source, something like decentralized, that you think that anything comes out, someone will get it and patch it out for you. So that's one thing. And let's get inside the depth of AI, ML, and DL. So again, anyone want to tell me the difference between these three? I don't have any goodies, but I might appreciate you. Yeah. Okay. So AI is like a complete space where anything that a human can do, if you automate it by the computer, it comes under artificial intelligence. That's the whole umbrella term. So it could be a very simple if-else condition that can also be an AI. It just the computer understands what you need to do and it does it. It can be just answering some predefined questions or anything that comes under the umbrella term of artificial intelligence. So that's AI. But then what's ML? So machine learning comes from a mathematical standpoint, where you give some formulas and algorithm like your gradient descent, random forest, these kind of mathematical formulas, linear algebra, and based on that, your all progressions on all those algorithms, you attach it to some data, give the formula to the machine, and whatever input you give, it puts in that formula and gives you the output. That's how it predicts it. So that's under machine learning. And when it comes to deep learning, that's again going to be your neural networks. So this is where more important stuff like your large language models, ChatGPT, your computer vision, object detections, all these kinds of comes in deep learning. And that's where it happens something like neurons, similar to our, like your own brain capacity. It will train every model. It will try to understand. For example, if you give a picture of a person and you want to do face recognition, it will basically go ahead and understand all the pixel formats. It doesn't tell the nose color, hair color. These are not the features that are encoded in it. It just understands whatever picture you give. It will figure out what are the features that it needs to learn, and then it works. So that's how your deep learning is going to be. And here we have to be very careful because there's nothing other than the data that we are providing to it. So it's something the machine tries to learn it from itself. And this is why there's a huge security concern there as well. So again, to get into deep of computer vision, we have object detection. That means in an image you detect some chair, object, person. And we have object tracking, where the person goes. And we have segmentation, just segmenting that region out. So something like that. So this is a cat, we segment it, we localize it, put a box around it, and we do multiple object detections and instance segmentations. These are like the key aspects of computer vision. If this is there, like you know what object is there and where it is, you might like calculate all the algorithms, like you can track how much time it comes, when it comes, what it is, or if it's a person, who it is, age, gender, anything that could be tracked from this same pipeline. And this is some of the things that are the models, just to make sure you guys are familiar. So there are two layers to this. One is object detection, that you understand what the object is. And then there's feature extraction. Like after localizing it, you understand what it is. So there are two layers of it, and these are some of the key terms. YOLO, you might be heard of like YOLO v7, v3, v6, all this kind of stuff happening. So these are some models that you need to understand. Okay, now let's focus on edge computing. That's, comes under your IoT. So any AI that you do, it comes, what you would think is you will provide this image or video to some kind of cloud and put it on the cloud, and it will do the processing and give you the output. There are AWS, GCP, and those kinds of cloud service providers who charge and based off the streams. But then again, you'll have to pay a lot in terms of bandwidth and everything. That's where these comes in. So any of you guys work with Raspberry Pi? So yeah. So there is something called Jetson Nano that also has a GPU along with Raspberry Pi. These are very small computers that you can just put it anywhere, and you can connect your video stream or any input stream towards it, and you'll be able to do AI on the edge. So this doesn't stream anything to the cloud. Everything is secure inside that. So these devices are just size of your palm. So this comes on a very small scale computers, and these are basically called edge because on the network, they are on the edge of the network system that you do. So how does this differ from your normal cloud? So location is on premises. If I want to do a face recognition door opening here in this auditorium, I'll just put a Jetson Nano here, connect it with the camera, and I'll install my face recognition application inside that, connect the same to the door. So these points, pins that are here, these are electrical pins, and you will be able to like connect any cables and give input output signals to it, on off or door open close signals from that. So if I just put it there, whatever the recognition happens, that will only happen here. So it is not connected to the internet. Maybe it is connected to the internet just to send the data to the main database, but it's just going to be there, do the entire processing here, and nothing is going to come inside or out apart from that. Like the data is not going to go, your photo is not going to go, your video is not going to go to the cloud. And this is something the corporate decisions also take, because if it's not connected to the internet, it is somewhat harder to hack because you cannot come in from the outside of network. So if you have watched some web series and everything, there will be some person going to the location, putting some device, just connecting it to the network and coming back, because you have to be physically present inside the building or the network to access this kind of setup and then hack it. So the location is on premises. Latency is very low because the upload download thing doesn't happen, it's just there. You connect that to the device. And the bandwidth, your internet bandwidth is very less because you're not really uploading anything. And security is more secure because it's not accessible from the outside world. And the scalability is hard because one deployment you did there, another thing I want to do to the same door, I'll have to copy the entire same thing and replicate over there. Whereas in cloud, you just install on camera and put scale, it will create and copy, and it will start doing the other stuff. So these are some kind of inputs and outputs that you get from an AI system. So there are people walking over here, and it's detecting them, it's tracking them, assigning them a temporary ID, and that's the JSON format output that you're going to get. So from this, these are the data you can easily get from any modern cameras that we have today, and these kind of AIs are already working on that. So to understand the exact pipeline of how AI works, because in the next slide I'm going to show you how to attack the same pipeline. So first you understand how this works. So any input that we have, it has from any of these devices that are camera or microphone. So focusing on camera here, it will decode the images, do some pre-processing like rotating the image, zooming the image, converting it to another HD format. Then we have the inference, the actual AI model working. This is the only place the AI comes in. And then we have encode, like all the details which we split from different videos, we are going to put it as an encoder. And then we analyze the data and then we visualize it in the dashboard. So this is the entire pipeline that you're going to follow if you're building any AI applications. So what would you do if you have to attack this pipeline and hack this pipeline, change the AI model? So normally if you hack it, it's going to be, normally website down, website server down, you're going to send some email or collect some information. But hacking AI model or an AI pipeline has a bigger motive, where you employ something, there is a security camera that is checking you. You might want to get outside of that network. The AI model should not recognize you, or AI model should not make anything out of you. Your data should not be there. That's when you actually attack an AI pipeline. And the ways to do here is data poisoning. So one is you just give some random data to the data set itself. You just poison it, you fill it with any kind of random data, so the model is basically depending upon the data, so that gets done. And you have model poisoning. There's something called pre-trained models. So if I have to train a model to detect all the people over here, that's just very simple because there's already a lot of models that can detect people. Only problem that I might have is when people are wearing some different kind of clothes or from different region, but shirt, pants and normal dress codes we can easily detect, and on top of that I can implement anything. So changing that model itself, like particular shirt and pant color, we are completely removing it from the model data set, and we are replacing the pre-trained model with something like that. If you are wearing those kind of clothes, you might not be recognizable in the AI model. And model evasion, while the model is performing, we just change the output somehow, and we change it or change the model itself. And during the inference, we slow it down, we delay it, we give it some kind of hard complexity stuff to do, and we change the whole inferencing pipeline. So here, as we already know, there's a blue team and a red team already mentioned. So the red team tries to generate all these attacks, and the blue team kind of output verification, and it checks for the data and does the same. So this is how you attack an AI model, and this is the bigger motive for you to do. And what could you do about this? So there are certain tools. This is one ART. adversarial means something that you generate in those space. That's how it works. So generative adversarial attacks are something very common, that it can automatically create some attacks to do. Your AI can do that. So we are checking that. There's a Python library for that. And there is some framework that is already provided for cybersecurity. So this is going to be that. Like the AI is like part of all this, but this is more like on a cloud basis. You have what to do when you have an attack, what are the previous steps that you need to prepare. You can take a note of that keyword and you can probably get into deep inside that. And coming back to little more on your network and how to attack this. First, I'll just go through the 4 pillars of computer science. This was like taught to me in second year when I just came into the department. They said there's 4 pillars of computer science that could be computer architecture, computer networks, database, and software engineering. So these 4 things, and you need to like study from the foreign authors or something like that, because these are very important. Actually, they are. So these 4 will like help you a lot if you are studying them. Don't throw the books yet. So when you go in deep of computer networks, this is what you'll see. So in this case of AI with computer vision that we are talking about, that will be more into cameras, switches, and streaming URL and everything. So anyone familiar with networking concepts, subnets and all that? Did you like study those? Like subnetwork, CA, like your third year, right? Your networking subject is already completed, right? Yeah. So these are some practical use cases of the subnetting that you will do here. So your device is connected to a camera, and you're also connected to the router. So all these are connected to the same router. Then in order to make them communicate with each other, you'll do something called a subnetworking, so that this doesn't communicate with any other system. So your laptop, which is connected to this PEC Wi-Fi, will not be able to access the camera. So these things are done via subnetworking. And this is how you stream your data as well. And to go to a very particular application, we have RTSP streaming. Just like your HTTP, which stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, RTSP is real-time streaming protocol. And your NVR, which is any IP camera, will have this format where you have this RTSP, which is your username, password, the RTSP particular port, and then you'll have the streaming ID, the channels, and then your camera ID. So this will easily enable you to stream any of the cameras, and this feed is what goes into your AI model as well. When you're doing real-time streaming of face recognition, people tracking, this is the stream that goes inside. Okay. So in terms of AI governance, there are certain rules now. So there were only GDPR policy in terms of data back then. Now there are certain rules and regulations that India has provided for the entire world. Next to GDPR, India is providing in terms of its AI portal, what's the governance, what it needs to do, where it works. And also we have something for the US. For each and every government, they are coming up with laws that you need to employ. This basically goes for all the security, compliance, and all the points that you write generally. Those kind of stuff are being taken care here. Right. So on the whole, what I would like you to know is that when you are building an application, previously it was just like take something from GitHub and then start building it and just deploy it and provide it. That might work on a college level, project, mini project, or final project level also. But there are certain things that you need to deploy in your actual applications. That includes security, that includes something called CI/CD. There's something called DevOps. If you are wondering, like if you have did a very great college project and then you are not able to make anything out of it, you're not going to deploy it, you're not able to apply it on Smart India Hackathon or any kind of grand projects, it's because of these kind of stuff you might not know that they exist. And having a security might feel like it's a good to have feature, like, okay, it's my own application, who is going to hack it? But employing security is a must-have feature in your application, because solving that will solve a lot of problems in your application, even from a development standpoint, so that you don't face any issues while employing your app and using it in front of a bigger audience or making your users do it. So any framework on security, if you just follow them, your application is going to be one of the best ones in terms of standards. Okay, so I'll conclude my speech with that, and this is my QR. You might not scan it now, but you can follow me on LinkedIn, and although you might not have an official Instagram account, but from the other account that you use, you can follow me with the same name, Nibi, and I'll be posting most of AI and AR technology reels on top of it. All right. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing us information related to AI. Mr. Vaidyanathan Chandramouli currently serves as the president of ISACA Chennai chapter and is a founding member of the Business Continuity Institute India chapter. His dedication, expertise, and impressive certification have made him a respected authority in risk management and techo management leadership. He is an independent consultant, excels in providing consulting services in cybersecurity, business resilience, and ESG. In his prior role as a program manager for the Business Continuity Program, he adeptly orchestrated a comprehensive exercise regimen featuring robust risk-based testing for both cyber and non-cyber events. Followed by Mr. Balachandran Nadrajan, Ford's Global Engineering Platform Manager for e-commerce sale, brings over 2 decades of IT expertise. Since 2007, he has been an integral part of the Ford IT family, leaving an incredible mark through his commitment to excel, sound mind in a sound body philosophy, and a steadfast belief in putting people first. With a visionary driving, profitable growth, and innovation, he excels in DevSecOps, site reliability engineering, and more. Beyond his professional impact, he is a dedicated member of the information security community, serving on the ISACA Chennai chapter's board of directors since 2017. I now request Mr. Vaidyanathan Chandramouli and Mr. Balachandran Nadrajan to share us about cybersecurity career.
Good afternoon, good morning. I thought we are going to start at 12, so we are 15 minutes ahead of time. So probably we may be able to use maybe till 12:45. We are between your stomach, right, your hunger, and the talk. So you want to choose between your hunger of your career or hunger of your stomach, you know. Both these will be achieved end of this 1 hour of talk by both myself and my colleague in the ISACA Chennai chapter board, Balachandran Nadrajan. Right? Are we all here? I'm not hearing much. So நடுவில் அப்பப்போ கொஞ்சம் தமிழ்லையும் பேசுவோம் so that we are able to correlate on what we speak. Sirappu. Thank you. Right. So let's start. So what we will be talking is purely from ISACA Chennai standpoint. Today morning, Mr. Nagnath did mention about ISACA. How many of you heard the term ISACA for the first time today? As always, that's something that helps us to, talk about ISACA here. And for you, whoever wants to build a career in cyber security, probably one of the point that you may want to choose a career and a certification will be of ISACA, right? We will be dwelling more on the ISACA certifications and what we have as we go, right? So let me start with a quote of Jiddu Krishnamurthy. The more you know about yourself, the more clarity there is. Self-knowledge has no end, okay? Today we are all in a industry where continuous learning is important. So there is no end. You know, what you have started right now is a journey, and you have to continue to do that learning as you have to proceed in your career. You know, it has to be a continuous. Even today, I keep learning a lot. So you need to have that focus in mind when you are in the knowledge industry. Knowledge has no end. You don't come to an achievement and you don't come to a conclusion. It's an endless river, right? Most of the rivers may go and end up in a sea, but the knowledge as a river does not end. You know, you need to have that to stay relevant, to stay resilient in the industry. With that, I'll ask Bala to continue from here, and then I'll come back.
Good morning. So thanks Vaidi, and thanks Panimalar Engineering College, Computer Science Department, thanks Gautam and all the dignitaries on the stage, and you have all been awesome. So far I can see that you guys are listening to the overall conversations good. We are now getting into the cybersecurity from ISACA, ISACA. Now you know this word. And what is this word? What is the purpose of knowing about ISACA and how it is attached and connected with you? That's the sole purpose of this conversation, right? Me and Vaidi are going to take you through some key points which you can ponder, you can think through, you can even opt to trigger more yourself, to dwell deep and see that whether you can carve some niche in your career in the cybersecurity. So with that said, the slide what you may be gladly seeing, right? I know even standing at here it's little tougher. I'll demystify. Today, all of you can very easily understand how much we are connected to each other via internet and digital devices. Yes or no? Big, little louder, little more? Is there a way we can live without any digitally connected devices? Is there a possibility? Do you see? Little louder? No, right? So that's what exactly is. The more and more we become digitally connected to share our information, to share our thoughts, what pervasively comes is our information gets across, distributed across several people. And you need to really carefully choose what you want to share from the content what you have and the person what you are to the right people. If that does not happens, what will eventually it will end up to? It will end up to what Kyle said, right? So Kaila said. So you will start to disclose your unintended information to others, which may invite you and put you in trouble. So that's exactly what Microsoft's security statement here is. There are globally around 6.5 trillion devices which are connected through Microsoft for various services it offers, and how they effectively maintain the security landscape in terms of updating their security postures in a much faster pace using cloud. So for all this, it has to happen securely. So that's the intent of this slide, to tell you the magnitude of connecting the devices across the world. Many of us will be using the Microsoft devices, right? It could be your laptop or it could be your tools. So these are all connected there. The next slide. Okay, cybersecurity mesh. So this is another new term which we want to register in your mind. So the era of having a single one plane specific security device is over, done and dusted. We have various disparate devices and services intermingled to provide a connected service. I'll put you a very simple example. Today we are all connected via a sound system, and we have some projection mechanism, and many of you are taking pictures and then posting it in your social medias and so on and so forth. How many different types of gadgets are covering the information here? There are multiple. Like that, when you have to run an organization, there are multiple touch points and systems which are involved and talking to each other. And cybersecurity mesh is something where you need to think through of integrating different devices, how it can communicate securely, at the same time seamlessly. That's what the word comes called interoperability. Interoperability with securely. And the second one is how to interoperable comes in a very secure fashion is to have a standard. So when you have a framework to compose, and when the people adhere to the framework, it integrates the security solution. So thereby providing solutions for all the security problems. So this is another word which you have to register is cybersecurity mesh, and that gives a lot of opportunity for us to ponder. These two, lot of connected devices, and second, cybersecurity mesh, founds the reason for why we do a cybersecurity as a carrier. We need to really understand how many trillion devices are connected and which has to operate securely. And same thing, how disparate different devices connected to each other to provide a single unit of service to create a value chain. So that's where the cybersecurity mesh comes into the picture. So with that said, let's move ahead. We want to introduce you to two key factors which will help you to probe more into cybersecurity. One is ISACA, isaka.org, www.isaca.org. It's started around 55 years before in US, headquartered in Illinois, Chicago. We are, when I say we, I am part of ISACA Chennai chapter since 2009. I think I started my CISA during 2009. When I joined my company, I was switching from career from cyber forensics to audit. So at the time, one of my seniors told that, hey Bala, you should do something related to audit. Then I searched the net and then I found ISACA, and then I found that there is a chapter. And that's how I ended up into ISACA Chennai. 2009, I did my CISA in 2010. What is the CISA? We will shortly come there. CISA is nothing but Certified Information Systems Auditor. If you have a passion to become an auditor, so you need to go for this Information Systems Auditors course. There are many such courses ISACA is providing. So we will be talking about certain details about that in the next couple of slides. But before that, these two words, isaka.org and isaka-chennai.org, are another things which you want to embed in mind. And how this is connected to you is, you go and become a student member of isaka.org, which will give you a value proposition which we will quickly walk you through. And you can be attached yourself to ISACA Chennai chapter, which is there in Mylapore, and we do conduct several seminars, conferences, and monthly PDMs and all, both virtually as well as physically. So you will get to know once you have been attached to the student member. We are in discussions with your management how we can collaborate more closely. So these two URLs, isaka-chennai.org and isaka.org, are a couple of things which we want to register in your mind related to cybersecurity. Next slide. Now, why we should do? So we understand the reason of having so many devices. We understand the reason of how the cybersecurity mesh can integratedly provide a value. Now, in order to know more detail and be yourself qualified, be yourself skilled, be yourself, like Gautam told in his conversation, right? How to sell yourself more effectively among the bunch of people in the cybersecurity space. You need to put some credentials behind you, right? You should be able to articulate yourself much more knowledgeable in the field of cybersecurity. And what is the best way to make ourselves knowledgeable? Either go through a very clear framework of passing an exam and then providing a good marks and then able to perform the practicals and viva better. So that's one route. Another route is go and appear for certain certification exams governed by global body. In space of cybersecurity, ISACA, ISACA, ISACA is one of the very world recognized leaders in providing all this, right? And under ISACA, there are multiple certifications people are doing, right? I would certainly pitch two things to many of you students here. I want you to follow upon on this conversation and go to internet, go to your PC, go and search for these two key certifications. Try to understand how it relates to you, resonates to you, and if you feel that that's the right path, go drill deep and invest your time, focus, and get yourself skilled and qualified so that it will create you a cybersecurity career. Out of the things which you are seeing in the screen, okay, the last two, ITCA and CET. So these two are the ones I am trying to pitch it for. Again, please remember, I am not trying to sell this. I am already working for a company, and ISACA Chennai chapter is my community service, because we all learn from many of the leaders in my past who have learned from all these things. We want to continue that community initiative, right? So that's the intent. Let me come to this ITCA and CET last. But prior to that, I'll just quickly complete the rest of the items. The first one is the one which I have mentioned you. What is that? CISA. Can anyone recall what the expansion I have told to CISA? Any attempt? CISA. I told you few moments before. Certified Information Systems Auditor. If you have a passion to audit a system and you want to know the nuances, this is the right way. Okay, but many of the early members, like those who are pursuing a chartered accountancy, those who are pursuing the engineering, they all have done this from a student category, and then they have entered into the cybersecurity space nicely. This is definitely a very potential heavyweight certification. It will have maximum probability to improve your hit rate if you have a passion towards it, right? Certainly, you can probe much on this CISA and then try. Before that, there may be some questions, right? What is this? What will they do with the CISA, right? So all the information systems in the world, whether it is a banking system or a healthcare system or an automobile system or a mobile networks, any system has a touch point today with business models, and these are all have to be secure. And whether to assure that the systems which are designed and operating secure, we need to have a qualified professionals. And who are they? CISAs are the one. The moment you have your qualification updated to CISA, typically Certified Information Systems Auditor, you are bound to get a lot of knowledge on what this overall information systems life cycle is, how important it is data, how important it is to implement the security principles, and how do we present ourselves as an auditor and then perform the job skill which we are asking for, right? So that's what CISA is about. The one which is next to CISA, which is CRISC, C-RISC we used to say. It is very specialized certification. This is focused on risk assessment. What is risk assessment? Any information systems engagement, before you go and implement millions of dollars and then establish a system, we need to do a careful risk assessment in terms of the cybersecurity capabilities and current state. So the awareness of the risk levels, either in the existing production or going to be production or the new one which are going to be designed, a risk analyst is extremely important from an information security angle. So all the risk analysts, they will go through the C-RISC once. The third one is CISM. You can skip it for this moment because this is for the managers. So people like me, I'm almost 20 plus years in the industry. So CISM is one of the integral part for leading the qualified security professionals in the team and then run a world-class organization to provide a world-class service with the focus of excellence, right? So that's where CISM, CISM, Certified Information Systems Manager. The next one, which is in the last top right, is CGEIT, Certified in Governance in Enterprise IT. If governance and of enterprise IT is your passion, this is the certification which you are asking for. The C-Risk, CISM, C-Gate, all these requires a little bit of work experience, because you need to get into the corporate environment with an organization and try to understand how it works from a cybersecurity angle and get yourself equipped through the organization experience, plus the certification will be a good value booster. CISA, all the students, definitely whoever is having the trigger and focus and passion towards venturing their career into cybersecurity, good start. Otherwise, as I mentioned, ITCA and CET, which I'll cover it as a last. Then comes in the bottom left, we have CSX. So CSX is the Cyber Security Practitioner. This is another interesting certification where we will be talking about the latest tools for VA, PT, and how do you practition the cyber security experts in terms of vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. Very qualified, highly skilled one. This is also people can consider if you have deeper passion in the cyber security for quite some time and you have already gained certifications like ITCA or CET. So you can definitely navigate through this CSXP. And the next one is CDPSC. This is nothing but data privacy standards, right? This is also what she talked about, right? So this is very specialized certification on data privacy. So if people who have established their cybersecurity career, they want to have a specialization on the data privacy, so they have to pursue this. And then comes our typical focus areas, ITCA and CET, right? Are you guys ready? So far, so good? A little louder? Okay. So ITCA. ITCA is Information Technology Certified Associate. This consists of around 5 key factors in the overall IT space. It connects with AI, it connects with cloud fundamentals, it connects with various technology fundamentals. So this is something where people can use as a starter, especially people who are in the initial phase of the career which they are charting out, so they can definitely work through on this ITCA, Information Technology Certified Associate. It's one of the very credential based course which you can certainly think through. Go to isaca.org and then put ITCA and go through the details. It will give you, and register yourself as a student member, then it will give you the more details. Definitely, with my experience of coaching around hundreds and hundreds of people, for students, this will be one of the good starters, ITCA. And finally, CET. CET is Certified in Emerging Technologies. You name it as data science, you name it as AI, you name it as IoT, you name it as blockchain. These are all the areas which are covered. If a person has a passion in cybersecurity to establish their career, like all of you, right? You can certainly choose ITCA followed by CET, Certified in Emerging Technologies, which will help you to position yourself much better among your competing crowd. So these two combinations will be a very deadly combination, and this will give you a very clear pedestal for you to establish your cybersecurity career. Next slide. Couple of more slides quickly. So there are other few very quick certifications also they are posting in isaca.org, so you can take leverage. Corbett is one of the frameworks, so you can take it at a later stage once you become little more aware in the cybersecurity space. Cybersecurity audit is another easy one which people can think about. So if you can have a passion towards audit, towards CISA, you can start with cybersecurity audit. It's an easy pick. You can start with that and then move on. CCAK is a cloud auditing based. It's another specialization. You can take it at a later stage. IT risk fundamentals and IT audit fundamentals is also easy fundamental certifications which you can go. These are all doesn't require too much of preparations like IE, CET and associate, information technology associate. So these can be good groundbreakers or icebreakers for you to start moving yourself in terms of more deeper cybersecurity knowledge and then navigate towards the tougher certifications. So these are few examples. Next slide. And these are all available in isaka.org. So that gives you a complete understanding about why you do what you do and how you can accomplish that. Next one. So there are many opportunities for you to learn in cybersecurity space in isaka.org. Once you become a student member, it comes at a very, very nominal cost, right? It will be hardly around $10, $20. So you can go and then check it out yourself. So go and register yourself and then you will have a lot of related resources. You can go and then yourself learn, self-learning. Next one. And this is another important, right? So the moment you become the isaka.org member, naturally you can choose your attached member as a Chennai chapter. So you will become the student member of the Isaka Chennai chapter. So what are the things you can be as a student member, right? So the moment you become that, you can become a volunteer for our special interest groups. Today we have 2 special interest groups which are going on, right? I think we are going on with 2 ones, right? So one is on the quantum and another is on the data privacy. So there are 2 things are there, and then you can even volunteer yourself to provide security roundups, insights on our monthly PDMs. What is PDMs? Professional development meetings. We conduct once in a quarter physically in one of the space somewhere in the Chennai, typically in the southern Chennai part. And then the next one is the rest of the months we will be doing it virtually. So you can opt either way based on your comfort level. You can volunteer yourself once you become the student member. We can able to provide you that opportunity. And there are hundreds and hundreds of professionals who will be participating in those monthly roundups. So they can hear what you talk and you can also learn what's being discussed on that. And then next is you can ask for special classes to cover security topics. So the moment you get into this, so you may be having a lot of valid questions, right? We are here, we are having membership database of around close to 1,500 professionals. Close to 300 to 400 people are very high active members. So we can leverage our work pool in terms of helping you if you have a passion of establishing yourself in cybersecurity. You can publish white papers. We can able to help you with some guidance and assign you some supporting people. So you can publish white papers. You can write on cybersecurity topics. So you can engage in online community. And you can be even a speaker in the PDM if you are talented enough. So obviously, just you have to raise a hand and then grab the opportunity. So you can be a speaker. And if you come up with any other idea, we are here to welcome you and support, right? That's the overall part which I would like to pitch about the Isaka and Isaka Chennai chapter. I would like to pass here. Any questions? Happy to take it. All good? No questions? All right, over to you.
Thank you, Bala. Right. So before I start, I would like to rewind back. Mr. Nagnath talked about cybersecurity career. What? He said something, a word. What did he mention? என்னடா அது கிளாஸ்ல தான் வந்து क्वेश्चन கேட்டு போர் அடிக்கறாங்கன்னா இங்கேயும் கேக்குறாங்களே நினைச்சுக்காதீங்க ப்ளீஸ். Yeah, what did he mention? There are no wrong answers. Yeah, what did he mention? Sorry? No? Right. So cyber security career is, we don't see unemployment. And as we are talking, globally, they are talking about a possible recession coming over. cybersecurity career is a recession-proof career, right? Any business entity today, they have to have IT in place. If there is an IT, there is always a risk of hack. What Kaila beautifully mentioned about so many hack events, it is going to continue and it is not going to stop, right? So there needs to be a lot of people needed for cybersecurity, and I am going to talk about that. We talked a lot about ISACA. So ISACA conducts a cybersecurity survey year on year. I'm just going to present summary of few of the survey outcomes for you to ponder so that you can make an informed decision on the cybersecurity as a career, right? Let me start. Why India is a preferred destination for outsourcing? Sorry? Can you be louder? Availability of resources, great. What other? You can see, population is one aspect, but you see I know it's in a very small font. India has the maximum number of young people available. Globally, it's aging population, right? That's what this slide is talking about. Workforce by age. This survey was a global survey and not an India-specific survey. So globally, people are aging. So there are no enough young people available to fill the jobs, more so in cybersecurity. See the slide. 18 to 34 age group, hardly we have around 12%. And that's where India plays a significant role, right? And you all are coming into that age bracket. So there are a lot of jobs available, and that too in a younger age group. So that's where you are, So workforce by age, even in the 35 to up to 44, maybe it's increasing. But the point here to look at, globally the age is decreasing, whereas India we have the right age population available, and we will be able to fill the positions globally. And that's where you all will have an opportunity. It's just not in India alone. Next. The other survey outcome, how are the staffing of cybersecurity? If you look at the survey, it's significantly understaffed and somewhat understaffed place, almost 65%. That's what the message, what Mr. Nagnath talked about. We are having extreme shortage of skilled cybersecurity, and it's all understaffed. That's why we call it as there are no job losses or there are no recession related aspects on cybersecurity. That's the second point. Third, organizations are facing enough challenges in hiring the right people. So if you have the right credentials for you to go and knock the doors of any major corporations in the world, you have a good career in scope. So I'm not going deeper. It's just for you. I'm just giving pointers for you to go and ponder. Maybe tonight when you go back to your homes, look at all of these. The key words that I'm using. Go back and make an informed decision what kind of career, especially when you are choosing in cybersecurity, you want to be, and where you can go globally. Unfilled positions. See, we are having non-entry level 50%, but entry level 21%, and number of open positions is 35%. So at any given point in time, there are 30 to 40% positions are unfilled in cybersecurity. That's the message for you to carry on, right? See on an average, how many cybersecurity applicants are well qualified for a position. This is where I'm getting into the nitty-gritties of all these certifications, not just ISACA, though we are representing ISACA, there are very many number of, what Kaila talked about, some of the courses they are offering. Similar to that, if you have the right skill, right certifications to substantiate your college degrees, you will be able to get into that. But that's what this slide is talking about. cybersecurity, well qualified for a position they are applying. Again, cybersecurity is an ocean. There are enough number of things. The next slide we'll be talking about. If you have the right skills, you will be able to get into some job very easily. And you need to have that because there are no great level of applicants having the right level of skills in cybersecurity today. Right. The next one we are talking about is factors determining the cybersecurity candidate is qualified. Prior hands-on experience. Credentials held. Again, this is where certifications and other things plays a significant role. Right? When we are talking about credentials, credentials of global nature. Hands-on training. Employer recommendation, university degree, association membership, right? All of these are extremely important. The kind of what we are talking about, ISACA or any other associations with you are associated with, it will definitely give a better mileage for you. And to quote, to use Gautam's quote, it will help you in selling yourself in your career far better. Gaps. Sorry if I am going to use this here. One of the points Mr. Nagnath came to the stage and talked when Kaila was talking is opening up. Soft skills continues to be a biggest challenge in the industry. I have hired a lot of people when I was working, right? Communication is a key element. You may be technically very, very strong, but if you are not able to communicate both verbally and in email or writing, then you may not be able to sell yourself well. So what you are having as a knowledge, if you are not able to go and communicate well, it may be a hindrance for you. So concentrate on how you want to improve your soft skills along with the technical knowledge. Do you have a Toastmaster or something in the college? Probably it's an opportunity for you to think, start, if not, probably you can have a thought of, right, okay. So it's an opportunity for you, Toastmaster, or you need not even have a formal Toastmaster. You can form a communication group among yourself where every month or every week you all can connect and do presentations. That's the best way to improve your communication and soft skills. When you do that, it will also give you some of the leadership skills along with that. Right? Soft skills, so that's what soft skills is the first, not the technical skills. Technical skills we can always learn. Soft skills comes over an experience. So work on your soft skills, especially, written and verbal communication and how to assertively communicate. You need to, even if you are in disagreement with what the other person is saying, you should be able to assertively communicate, not get aggressive there. Right? And then we have cloud computing, security controls, coding skills. Just because you are in software or cybersecurity, if you think that coding is not necessary, no. Especially when you are getting into offensive security where you have to go and code and break into the target systems, some level of coding skills are mandatory. You need to have the coding skills. Data related topics, especially today with privacy becoming an important subject, and even in India where we have a privacy law being enacted, privacy is going to be a key, and that is another new knowledge you may want to acquire. Networking related, system hardening, pattern analysis. So these are all the things that you may want to, the skill gaps, what we are finding. The message here, soft skills, and cloud is another area what you may want to concentrate on. Skill gaps amongst, recent graduates. Again, that's what I talked about a lot, soft skills. So I'm not going too much into it. It's the key messages that I wanted to convey so that you take and ponder for yourself. Okay, now come to the important point of what are all the top security skills you may want to get acquired of so that you are able to sell yourself in the industry. The top skills are identity and access management. Have you all heard what is identity and access management? Anyone? There are no wrong answers. You all have a email account? How do you access? So that's what is identity and access management, right? So it's your identity, you go and access your email account. You have a bank account, you have an identity, you go and log in. That forms the base. So identity and access management continues to be the top area from an information or cyber security perspective. Then comes cloud. Cloud is going to be everywhere, right? Cloud security is again going to be the key important. So if you want to build a career, start looking at cloud as a way of learning, on cloud security. Next is data protection. All major countries today have a data privacy or a data protection law there. India has just come with that, but GDPR, from a Europe standpoint, it has been there for quite some time. So data protection is a key area you may want to look at. It's going to open up big way. Within India itself, you will have a lot of opportunity, not that the IT industry, every industry may have to have people in place. Right? Next is data collection, threat hunting. So all of these, I'm just talking about the top 5 here. I'm not going deeper into all. Top 5 soft skills. Communication, we have talked about. Critical thinking, right? You may have to do that. You should have a good communication, and if you have a critical thinking, you may be able to go and assertively question your manager or your boss, based on the critical thinking, so you need to have that developed. Next will be on problem solving, right? Maybe today we may go and use ChatGPT for the problem solving mechanism, but for that also you need to have the skill whether ChatGPT is giving the right answer or not. It is not like, copy pasting somewhere. So for using ChatGPT also you need a skill. So problem solving. Next is attention to details. Attention to details, again things are changing. The attention span itself is reducing for all of us, right? From YouTube videos to we have now moved into shorts and reels. So the attention to detail is not at all there, We need to go and focus on how do we go and get into the details, what we call it as devil isn't there in details. So you need to go and find the devil in the details. So you need to go and look at attention to details in whatever we are into. Decision making. I have a specific slide coming up later, right? Decision making skill, all of us have to improve a lot. Moving on, professional development needs, again, this is where, as I said, it's a journey. Cybersecurity career is a journey, it is not a destination. If you have to stay relevant, you need to keep developing yourself on an ongoing basis. I myself, Bala mentioned about 2009, I did my CSAT way back in 2005. From that day onwards, I have been continuously learning, and whatever is currently relevant, we have been learning that. You need to have that. Your professional development has to be there always so that we don't, fall behind in the career race. That's what I'm talking about, professional development staff. Today, as I have come from a corporate, my own team members, they did not have a proper learning curve. They didn't want to invest their time on learning and self-development. That's what this slide is talking about. All of us, once you get into the industry, your organization may put you into some learning. But over and above that, you need to have your own hunger for learning continuously and have professional development in place. Right? How can you go and mitigate the learning? By enrolling into a lot of trainings, increased usage of contract employment. These are all the factors that organizations are using today, because their own manpower may not be skilled enough. Say they use contract labor. Like that, for yourself, you need to involve in a lot of training and personal enhancements. I'm just skipping these slides, considering the paucity of time.
Only one thing I want to add on this. Hi, Hi. I want people who are using here Google's Gemini. How many of you started using Gemini? Good, Gautam. From student side. Okay. If not, go and search today in the Google and then start using the Gemini. Gemini is a Google's version of ChatGPT, right? It's provide you very, very interesting outputs. So leverage that. So just wanted to.
Thanks, Bala. Right. Now, the last couple of slides, some gyan. Career tips. Okay. Ambiguity. Yara 12B padam paathirukeenga? I know it's a very old movie. What is the message of that movie? Paravalla. 12B movie. Yana quick ah vada Google pan. Solunga. பஸ் ஏறினா என்ன ஆகும், பஸ் ஏறலனா என்ன ஆகும், அதானே அந்த படத்தோட இது. கரெக்டா? That's what ambiguity. The best example. That's why I keep talking about 12B when it comes to ambiguity. What are you ambiguous in decision making? Probably either ways you may have a good result what you want, but ambiguity sometimes takes us back. So don't entertain ambiguity in your life. So take the best career choices when it comes to, when it comes to career. Collaboration, we have talked a lot. We cannot survive alone in this industry. We need to collaborate. We need to collaborate with our alumni. We need to collaborate with a lot of industry forums. So collaboration is the key, right? So we need to collaborate and network. That's another career tip. Third, what is Virat Kohli famous for? Tell me. Fitness. Even today, he spends a lot of time in his gym. Practice, practice, practice. You need to have that focus in place. So, you need to have practice in terms of learning, trying to do a lot of things. So, practice whatever we want to do. Okay, this video is not coming properly. You need to stay resilient. You all see this, I know it is a very small image. See the windmills. If you all gone down south, when you travel from, say, Tirunelveli to Tankasi or Tirunelveli to Kanyakumari, you will see a lot of windmills. Right? How many of you have seen that? Are those windmills in the same direction? So that is what resilience is all about. At any given point in time, you need to be resilient enough. If this is not going to work, you need to have alternate. Going back to Gautam's point in the morning, what did he mention? You have to master, or he said something. Or I'm going back, the good old saying, you need to be jack of all trades, master of none. But I'm slightly rephrasing it. You need to be master of all skills and be confident in one. So that if that particular skill is not going to help you in your employment, the other skills, whatever you are acquainted of, you will be able to. That's what resilient is all about. Ideally, this image or this is a video. Only one, this particular windmill actually rotates. It's because the air direction it was able to get in. So you need to stay resilient in whatever. Last, widen your horoscope, widen your horizon. So we need to have a wider view, not a very, very, very simple view. See a global picture. Look at how you can position yourself on a wider horizon and not in a small circle. Widen your horizon is another you may want to look at. Last one, this is my personal belief system. I am a true follower of Edgar Dale's cone of experiential learning. Okay, learning we split into two ways. One is active learning, second one is passive learning. What we all have been taught, from our ABC days till we graduate, we all are in a passive learning mode always. We listen to a lecture, we listen to our teachers, or we go to YouTube and we listen. The best learning is active learning. Get into hands-on training. Go into simulation-based learning. Teach others. Or, practice by doing and teach others. Read the last comment here, okay? Have you all heard about a book called Atomic Habits? The author of that book, James Clear's quote is what I have put. The person who learns a lot in a classroom is a teacher, right? Again, going back to ISACA, we have a continuous professional education we have to do. When I go and sit in a classroom or learn something for an hour, I get 1 hour of continuous professional education. Whereas when I go and teach, I get 5 hours. Right? That's the importance given for teaching. So please thank your teachers, right? Because they have to spend a lot of time to come and teach you. See, we all, both Bala, myself, we teach regularly part of our ISACA, and trust me, some of the subjects where we are extremely good at, every time when I go and teach, it's a new learning for us. So, teaching will also help you in improving your communication skills. That's what is Edgar Dale's cone of active learning. So, go into experiential learning. Get into, when the attention span is so low, use active learning more than passive learning. Not that I'm trying to replace that, but it will also help you. Lastly, I'm ending with this quote, right? As we reflect on Edgar Dale's cone of experiential learning, remember that choosing and building your career in cybersecurity is a journey. Only you can navigate. No one else is going to navigate that. It's vital to align your career with your passion and energy in this fast-paced era, ensuring it resonates with your unique triads and characteristics, right? So you choose your career based on your characteristics. The next line will add more. Just as an omnivorous animal cannot survive on a herbivorous diet on a permanent scale, it has to have the meat at times. So you need to choose a career which will meet your dietary or whatever, whether it is offensive or defensive role. Why am I talking about omnivorous and herbivorous in a cybersecurity talk? Cybersecurity has two major branches. Either you get into offensive security or you move into a defensive security, right? So offensive security, you need to have an element of aggressiveness. Do you have that in you? If not, choose a defensive security as a career. That's what this message is all about. Your career path should be a natural extension of yourself so that you are able to succeed in your career. And this image, since we have talked about so much of AI today, this is a AI generated image. Okay? So we need to have the skill to use AI also. Reflecting the message out I have put in the word, it's coming out in the image also. Ending with a quote, there is no need to end the education. It's not about what you read a book, pass an examination and finish the education. The whole life, from the moment you are born till the moment you die, is a process of learning. So have an element of continuous learning, especially when you are in a knowledge-based industry. Otherwise, you will be obsolete. Thank you. I know we are between your lunch here. So any questions? We do have 9 more minutes. Questions are most welcome. Did we make some sense here? Okay. Before to answer how are you going to sell yourself? How many of you have a LinkedIn profile? Great. That's good. And how many of you are using it effectively? It's just not having a LinkedIn profile. It's again a journey. By creating a LinkedIn profile, it doesn't make any sense. Are you part of any groups? Do you comment on the people who you follow? Right? What is your engagement level using your LinkedIn? Those are all the answers for how are you going to sell yourself. You have to become a student thought leader by itself, what Kaila is doing. Like that, you have to develop your skills. That's where you will be able to demonstrate yourself in a global platform, not the local. No, you need to have a local presence, but you need to think global. Questions? Okay, I guess everyone is hungry, I believe. If there are no questions, we, on behalf of Visakha Chennai chapter, Balachandar, Natarajan and myself, would like to thank Bits and Bytes for calling up the Visakha Chennai chapter and us for delivering this. And we also thank Panimalar Engineering College for giving us the opportunity to share our thoughts. If it meets your requirement, we are good. Otherwise, you can just share your feedback. Thank you.
We will be around here, so if anyone has further questions or clarifications, please do not hesitate. Please reach us to us. We are happy to assist. Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for sharing more about Visakha.
So if you're on LinkedIn, you can just search our names, Vaidyanathan Chandramouli. I go by Vaidi Chandramouli in LinkedIn, and Bala goes by Balachandar Natarajan. You can search for more, and I have a habit of posting every day, one post at least. Gautam knows that, right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again for sharing more about Visakha chapter and career in cybersecurity. I now request all the dignitaries and students to have a lunch break. Students are requested to remain seated until the dignitaries leave. Students from IT department are informed to have their lunch in PIT mess, and the other department students are asked to have their lunch at the main mess. After the break, students are informed to assemble back in the auditorium before 1:30 college time. Girls will be leaving first, and then followed by boys will be leaving. All the students are asked to assemble in the auditorium before 1:30 college time. Two more important sessions are yet to happen, so I request all the students to join as soon as possible before 1:30 college time. Few more minutes. I request all the students to remain seated and maintain the decorum.
Good afternoon to all. I once again welcome everyone to the premier Cybersecurity conference powered by Bits and Bytes and Panimalar Engineering College. Mr. Ishwar Balasubramanian, a seasoned leader with 17 plus years of experience in finance, HR and talent strategy across diverse sectors, currently serving as the head of the outreach program for Avatar Human Capital Trust. Mr. Ishwar has showcased unparalleled leadership across diverse sectors such as banking, financial services, insurance, KPOs, BPOs, retail, telecom, and power and energy. Besides his professional achievements, Mr. Ishwar is deeply committed to community service, actively engaging in social development projects and NGO operations, and offering free coaching classes for the needy. I request Mr. Ishwar Balasubramanian to enlighten our fellow students with a brief introduction to Putri.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's a tough job for me to stand here after a lunch session with full of detailed menu. We also had it, so I know how tough it is to sit here. And a day-long workshop, I know how tough it is. But anyway, so I will make it more interactive and see how it is interesting. So this session is quite Karthalendra. We have been hearing about cybersecurity and AI, so many things about it. But I'm here to talk about something a bit different and also which is very, very important to you. So you all know various professionals from morning, they have been talking about various things which you need to do to develop your career, how you can equip yourself, how you need to prepare yourself. So in this, one of the important things which you need to do is to which I'm going to just talk about is volunteering, right? So that's the best way for you to really explore your skills and also how to try and make sure that you also give back to the society, right? So I represent Avatar Human Capital Trust, which is part of Avatar Group. And so I head Avatar Human Capital Trust, which is a public charitable trust and which is part of the social development arm of Avatar Group. So as an organization, we do a lot of work on increasing women workforce participation in our country. So யாராவது கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா அந்த term women workforce participation? A big group sitting here, women. So நீங்கலாம் கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா women workforce participation? அப்படினா என்ன தெரியுமா? Any idea? ஸோ இப்போ 100 எம்ப்ளாயீஸ் எடுத்துனோன்னா அதில் எவ்வளோ விமன் ரெப்ரசன்டேஷன் இருக்குது அப்படின்னு, ரைட்? ஸோ இதில் பார்த்தோம் அப்படின்னா இன் இந்தியா, ஸோ a guess I would like to just hear from any of you here. நம்ம இந்தியாவில் எஸ்பெஷலி நம்மளோட விமன் குரூப் நம்ம வந்து இன்க்ளூடிங் நம்ம ப்ளூ காலர் ஒர்க்கர்ஸ் சேர்த்துனோம் அப்படின்னா எவ்வளோ, வாட் வில் பி த விமன் ஒர்க் ஃபோர்ஸ் பார்ட்டிசிபேஷன் எவ்வளோ பர்சன்டேஜ் இருக்கும்? எனி கெஸ் எவ்வளோ இருக்கும்? 60 somebody said. Any other guess? 33? Okay. 40? Okay. So the exact இது பார்த்தோம் அப்படின்னா it is just about 23.8%, right? That's the kind of a state which is also, again, when we include blue collar workers, right? That's the kind of a state right now. So இது வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா global level we are just really back. We need to do a lot, right? So நான் ஏன் இதெல்லாம் பேசிட்டு இருக்கோம் அப்படின்னா, because one of our vision for Avatar Group is to bring in 50-50 gender balance at the workplace. At least in 2030, we want to really achieve there. So that's the kind of a thing which we are working towards too. So Dr. Soundarya Rajesh, Kelly Patrakla, you're all part of Chennai, so you'll be knowing about her. So she is again a subject matter expert in the field of diversity, equity and inclusion. And in 2016, she got our first presidential award from Pranab Mukherjee, and as one of the top 100 achiever award, women achiever award, she got it in 2016. So that's the kind of a background. You can actually go and browse about her. Again, her story herself, it's a pretty inspiring thing for you to really know. So what do we do in terms of engloda initiative appdin paathom appadina? I was talking about volunteering and I was talking about women's workforce participation and all. I would like to ask one more statistics to all of you. So can you all tell me, do you know like attrition rate appdin solluvom? Corporate attrition appdin solluvom. Attrition na enna theriyuma? Any idea? Number of people leave the organization. Adha attrition appdin solluvom. So can you just tell me, number of women who leave within age of 30 years, she reaches a percentage of women goes out of the workforce. Evlo percentage irukum? 70? 18 to 19? Okay. Any other guess? எத்தனை women அவங்க 30 வயசு ஆறதுக்குள்ளேயும் they will go out of the workforce? எவ்வளோ பேர்? 50? It is about 48%, right? 48% of the women goes out of the workforce because of various reasons. Elderly care, child care, it can be anything as such, due to marriage. So இதில் வந்து அந்த 48% goes out, and there are about more than about, what to say, kind of பாதி பேர் they will not really come back at all, right? So once they take their break in their career, that's it. So coming back is a very big task for them. So that's the kind of a state they are. And another important statistics which I would like to just hear from you is, can you all tell me, உங்களுக்கு tertiary education என்ன தெரியுமா? Tertiary education அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவோம். அதாவது 12th முடிச்சுட்டு எத்தனை பேர் ஒரு டிப்ளமோவோ ஒரு ஆல்ரெடி ஒரு finishing their graduation. So எவ்வளோ percentage of Indian average, எவ்வளோ what is the kind of percentage of women who pursue their tertiary education and successfully comes out? எவ்வளோ பேர் it? Any guess? Again, women out here, what is the Indian average? South India, it has a definitely a better number. Tamil Nadu, Karnataka is actually, and Kerala, all 4 states are quite decent. But what about Indian average? It is just 1%. Can you believe it? Right? Still, we could see in COVID times, I could still see that. Nariya Angloda Putri scholars, when we call them, connect with them, so many of them have got married due to various reasons. They have stopped coming to school because of various reasons. So that is a kind of a state we are in. And in Chennai, we're a developed city, but still there are cases happening like that, right? So another important another question which I would like to ask you is, can you all tell me, what is the women's participation at the leadership level, CEO or CTO, CXO levels? What is the percentage of women who are representing? I think it is almost 50-50 irka mari theriyadhu. So what is the percentage in India? 7%? 10? Okay. Any guesses? 20? 12? It is just about 4 to 5%. Right? 100 CEOs irundangana, it is just 3 to 4%. Right? Or maximum 5%. Now slowly things are improving. But ஏன் இதெல்லாம் நம்ம தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும், ஏன் இதெல்லாம் சொல்லணும்? We have been talking about women empowerment for ages now. And no more, இப்போ வந்து women empowerment is not just a jargon. It is definitely something which is business imperative, right? Definitely businesses, because most of the decisions are taken by women these days, right? At home. So it is very important that the representation of women should be there at the executive level also. So that is a kind of a very big social issue. We have taken it in hand. And that's how the initiative called as Project Putri was born in the year 2016 is what we did a research, and we published that research in one of the Asian journal. And so it's been a fantastic journey of last 6 years. So what do we do in Putri is training girl children, underprivileged girl children on career intentionality. தமிழில் சொல்லணும் அப்படின்னா உத்தியோக நோக்கத்தன்மை அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவோம், ரைட்? நம்மளுக்கு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வாய்ப்புகள்லாம் ஏராளம். இன்னைக்கு காலத்தில் that was fantastic to hear from kind of Vaidyanathan sir and again Bala and all. No, zero என்ன சொல்றது, unemployment பார்க்கவே முடியாது, definite placements, sure shot employment, இதெல்லாம் ஓகே. பட் இதெல்லாம் opportunities are there around us. பட் எத்தனை பேர் நம்ம பின்னாடி போய் அந்த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டியை கிராப் பண்ண போகிறோம் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதுக்கு வாட் இஸ் தட் விச் இஸ் நீடட் இஸ் இன்டென்ஷனாலிட்டி. அந்த நோக்கம், அந்த நோக்கத்தன்மை அப்படின்றது somewhere we are lagging behind it. So that is what we are now designed this program called as Putri. So the ultimate aim is to really create career intentionality among underprivileged girl children. So what do we do in this project is, how do we achieve that career intentionality? அப்படினு பாத்தீங்கன்னா there are about 3 important support system which we provide. One is in terms of providing them mentoring, where we teach them about 40 life skills. So இன்னைக்கு கார்த்தால பேசிட்டு இருக்கும்போது one of the speakers was also just talking about life skills. Vaidyanathan sir நினைக்கிறேன், I think he was talking about skill gap, right? Unfortunately எல்லாரும் நம்ம காலேஜ் வந்தவொடனே இதை பற்றி சொல்கிறாங்க இல்லையா, ரைட்? ஐயோ கம்யூனிகேஷன் இல்லை, இதில் நீ இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணணும், அதில் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணணும்னு காலேஜ் வந்துட்டு ஃபஸ்ட்டு செகண்ட் இயர்ஸ்க்கு அப்புறமா தேர்ட் இயரில் நம்ம வந்து இன்டர்வியூ அட்டன் பண்ண போகிறோன்ற போது தான் வந்து we are thinking about life skills as such, right? But what we are doing in Putri is we are starting this training at the 8th grade itself, right? We select about 100 girl children per school, 8th lane about 20-25 students, and likewise about till 12th we in a school we select about 100 girl children based on various criteria. The orphan children are already single parent kind of children, again in terms of avangaloda economic background, in the mari basis la we try and select these children, put them onto this initiative, and we train them about 40 life skills and also give them role modeling kind of a session. So I would like to ask this crowd here, எத்தனை பேர் இங்க கவர்மெண்ட் ஸ்கூல்ஸ்ல படிச்சுட்டு இங்க இன்ஜினியரிங் ஜாயின் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க? வெரி ஹாப்பி. கை தூக்கிறதுக்கு எவ்வளவு கஷ்டம், அங்கங்க அப்படி இப்படி தூக்கலாமா, இப்படிலாம் இல்லை. எத்தனை பேர் இங்க கவர்மெண்ட் ஸ்கூல்லேருந்து படிச்சுட்டு இங்க வந்திருக்கீங்க? வெரி ஹாப்பி, வெரி ஹாப்பி, கிரேட், சூப்பர், hats off to you. You are all the role models. எனக்கு தெரியும் எவ்வளோ கஷ்டம். Fantastic. I know how it is so difficult to come from that kind of a background and entering into an engineering kind of a course. I know how tough it is. But hats off to all of you. You are all the role models. So in the role modeling where we try and bring you, and you will be the speaker in terms of talking about your own story as your in terms of what you did good, what mistakes you did, how you really achieved in your life. So those kind of things which we do through the role modeling session. And also the third aspect which we focus on is in terms of career coaching, where we kind of guide them by doing a psychometric test avங்களுக்கு பண்ணி what kind of various things they can get into அப்படின்றது we try and just teach them and guide them, and we also handhold them and give them scholarship to get into the next stage. So that is what the kind of handholding we have been doing. So this is one of our flagship initiative, and so it's been about right now we are in about close to 12 districts. Very recently we have launched it in Bangalore, and so hope to really expand it furthermore with all of your support. So and we have this another initiative called as PCP. The 12th mudichittu we put them on to another initiative called as PCP, which is Putri Career Pathing Initiative. So avanga college padichite, they will also be doing various certification courses, and we help them to finish their certifications and also help them to get into internship and also finally place them in good organizations. So that's the kind of a aim which we are all supporting them. So, and also another important thing we have been doing is a scholarship program where we identify very, very deserving students, and we have been helping them to financially in terms of paying their fees directly to the institutions and helping them to kind of continue their education as such. And another important initiative which we have taken called as Mitra, right? Oru pakkam girls kita we are all telling them that very important, நீங்கலாம் தைரியமா வரணும் வெல்ல, நல்ல you have to pursue your career, இதெல்லாம் one side we are saying that. Another side, it is also very important to train boys on gender intelligence, right? In terms of how they can be, what is real heroism. Right, நிறைய பேருக்கு இப்போ அந்த ஹீரோயிசம் அப்படின்றதே ஒரு ராங் டெஃபினிஷனாக போய் மைண்டில் உட்காந்துருது. ஸோ அல்டிமேட்லி வி டீச் தெம் இன் டர்ம்ஸ் ஆஃப் வாட் இஸ் ரியல் ஹீரோயிசம் இஸ் ஆல் அபவுட், அண்ட் what kind of right understanding they can have about the other gender, right? Likewise, we have various topics which we talk about that, and the ultimate aim of the program is to create a lot of male allies, right, in our society. So that is a kind of an aim which we have been talking about, and so we are doing this initiative in about more than 20 schools in 3 cities, in Chennai, Viralimalai, which is in Pudukkottai district, and also in Trichy. So the kind of response from the boys have been really phenomenal, right? So நம்ம கிட்ட யாருமே இத பத்தி பேசுறது இல்ல, right? நம்ம பேச ஆரம்பிச்சாங்க அப்படினா they are all very sweet guys sitting very silently there. So I think they will be a best ally for all of you, right? Great. So I've already talked about all this. These are the things which you have been talking about. So this is our journey, as I was mentioning. So it's about 12 districts we are operating now, and we have been supporting about more than 10,000 girl children who are there, part of our initiative, and till now about more than 15,000 students they have benefited out of this program, and more than about 64,000 hours of volunteering which we have done, and with the help of all institutions like Panimalar, we have been marching towards too. And so these are some of our interventions. So we have been a platform for them. We work with various US consulates, Australian consulate, and various forums kuda we work on, and we support these children to get a maximum exposure. So we have leaders talk. We do various things in terms of interventions which we have been doing, where we have a corporate connect programs where the corporate, we work very closely with Cognizant Outreach, and we do Putri for Tech program, training them on technology and all. So that's the thing it is. So these are some of the sessions we've been conducting. Yes. Okay. So this has been our journey. We work very closely with the government. In 2019, Tamil Nadu government has given us a blanket approval to start our initiative across various districts of Tamil Nadu. So right now we are doing it in Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry, and in Bangalore, in Karnataka. And also very happy to share that every year we have been getting a lot of recognition, and also very specifically very happy to share that we got our first national award in 2021 for as the best project of the year for 2021. So that's the kind of a journey with all of your support and a beautiful set of volunteers what we have. So now let me just take a minute in talking about talking about our various volunteering initiative, right? So I started my talk telling you that volunteering is such an important aspect which every individual in this room have to really try and go and explore. So can you all, can I ask you that how many of you have volunteered in this group? Very nice. Good. Okay. Okay. Only few hands coming up. Okay. Any type of volunteering? Okay. So I think it's about just 5% of this group, and I would urge students to tell you that I've been so fortunate to be part of Satya Sai Seva organization. I've been volunteering right from my 8th grade. And the reason I'm standing here is because of that, right? So it's an excellent platform for you to explore your skills, identify, develop your skills, networking, everything you learn in that, right? So I would urge all of you, because we take so many things from the society, right? Right from the dress to food to everything, we take from the society, and it is also our very, very important aspect to really give it back. And I think you have to start it right from this age. You all know that how Thuthukudi or various flood related aspects, people needed our service, and I'm part of various volunteering networks where I know people have been doing some amazing work there. Is because of volunteering, and the reason Putri has grown till now is because of the volunteers. We have some amazing, about more than 300 plus very active volunteers we have. They have been going to schools every week and have been doing a fantastic job there. So that is something I would urge all of you. நம்ம எல்லாரும் வந்து கசாட்டா டேஸ்ட் பண்ணிருப்போம், ice cream, right? Different juices, different delicacies, all that we taste. But volunteering is also something like you have to taste. Once you taste it, you will never ever leave it, right? That's the kind of a thought which I want to just instill in all of you in your mind. So please make sure you try that, right? Go take that kind of an effort and do and contribute, right? Definitely, I'm sure that you will all enjoy. So in our team, so in Putri volunteering program, we have about 5 teams. We have the link team which does the entire project implementation kind of a support. They try and just give it to us. And then we have the LAMP team. So whoever is good in whatever, so you can actually be part of that team actually. So whoever is good in writing can be part of the LAMP team, because we have been creating a lot of life skills workbooks which we are creating. So we know that in our school days we might have used grammar, English grammar books and all, where you have a small riddle, stories and everything in that. So likewise we are creating something like that to our Putris. So already about 2 volumes we have done, and we have started distributing it to them. We are working on another 4 more volumes, right? So we need people who can support us in design, who can write kind of good stuff for us in terms of the curriculum. Likewise, they can be part of the LAMP team. And then we have the Plus team. So people who are quite good in social media, creating reels and other things which could be very useful for the children. Those kind of people can be part of the Plus team, which is a communication part of the team as such. And then about the 4th team is a kind of PAVE team in terms of managing the volunteers and also fundraising kind of initiative. They can be supportive to us. And the 5th team is the Impact team. So where we need women mentors, we involve only women mentors, because it's a very intense program. It is about offering about 1 to 1.5 hours is a kind of ask from our end, right? Weekly, 1 to 1.5 hours is what you're going to, we expect you to spend, and you can take a particular batch and spend that kind of a time, right? That's the basic thing which we ask for. And we have the role model sessions, which is just a 1 hour session. And we have the career coaching session, which is again just 1 to 2 hours kind of a session. So that's the kind of a requirement. So the Impact team has mentoring, role models, and career coach kind of support. So we do have our our team members out here, Reshma and Aishwarya. So you can just wave your hand so that people can see you. So you people who are interested, definitely you can just try and just share your names to our team members out here. So and you can be part of this. So these are the various forums and kind of where we have formed, and people are there. It's absolutely a fantastic networking opportunity for you, because there are people from various walks of life who are part of our volunteering team, so you can be part of it. So that's it from our end in terms of this is the kind of framework which we have been working on. And so ultimately I would first of all I'd like to just thank Nagnath Guru sir, first of all, initiating and creating this platform for Putri like this. Thank you so much, sir, for really inspiring us from US all the way. We have been talking about last 2 months planning this event, and first of all, again, another important gratitude which I have is for Chandra sir, who introduced Guru sir. Such a kind of pleasure, sir. So for started working here in this journey. So ultimately, again, really looking forward to work with Panimalar institution. So it's a beautiful initiative. I could just see right from the morning, they've been so passionate driving this whole conference today. I'm sure that there is a lot more opportunity to be unlocked, and we really look forward for working with all of you and all the students out here. And so this is a massive movement இப்போ மித்ர பார்த்தோன்னா it's not something where 10 people can join together and just do it. We need more hands, right? So you have so many schools out there, so many students need help, right? So it is something which I would urge each one of you to really step up and contribute something, whatever you know, and try and let's all join hands together to make a better society. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Our hearty wishes for Project Putri to reach greater heights. Mr. A. Chandrasekharan, a seasoned professional with over 30 years of global IT experience. As the CEO of InfoCarrier, he is a certified project management professional, agile coach. He is also a passionate trainer, co-author of Road to Project Success, and the product owner of flagship shared economy and learning and development projects. Mr. Chandrasekharan is not only a tech expert but also a practicing attorney specializing in trademark and intellectual properties. I now invite Mr. A. Chandrasekharan to share a few insights of wisdom with us.
வணக்கம் சென்னை. First good news, no more slides. I request you to remove this. Second good news, he has given me only 20 minutes. I got 5 cards. ரொம்ப போர் அடிச்சதுனாக்கா கையை தூக்குங்க. ஒரு card will be dropped. Good deal? Yeah. My dear friends, my dear students, I'm so happy to be here. I'm from the 5th generation of computers. The first generation is predominantly called digitization, just converting data into computer. I started my career from that side. Next came digitalization, converting the data into some information. That's the time we have basic programming, COBOL programming. Third one came up was digital transformation. கொஞ்சம் அமைதியாக இருந்தீங்கன்னாக்கா நல்லா பேசுவேன், இல்லைன்னா பேச மாட்டேன். கொஞ்சம் அமைதியா. Third one is called digital transformation. Digital transformation is you start thinking, drinking, eating digitally. Next generation, what we are today, generative AI-based digital transformation. I was talking to my friend, இந்த குரு வந்து ரொம்ப மோசம். அவர் யூஎஸ்லேருந்து இருந்துட்டு நீ கண்டிப்பாக வரணுன்ட்டு இருந்தார். நான் வாக்கில் ஜாலியாக கச்சேரி உட்காந்து பேசி கேட்டுட்டு இருந்தேன். சரி கூப்பிடுவார், காலையில் கூப்பிடுவார், பேசிட்டு போயிடலான்னு கேட்டாக்கா மத்தியானம் தூங்குற சமயத்தில் அது அந்த அதுக்குன்னு ஒரு செப்பரேட் ராகமெல்லாம் இருக்குது. அந்த டயத்தில் கூப்பிட்டு நீ தான் பேசணும் அப்படின்னாரு. சரி அப்படின்னேன். வெரி இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங், we are all belong to millennial generation. We are crossed, I crossed. Generation X, Y, Z, millennial. All the old people will say, we are young at heart. Bro, அது வேலைக்காகாது. You need to be digital guy. Yesterday I was sitting in music academy. Next to me is one girl. தெரியுதுல, அந்த பொண்ணு வந்து லேப்டாப் எடுத்துடல, ஃபோன் வச்சுட்டு ரொம்ப டார்க்காக இருந்தது. யாரும் பார்க்கப்படாது அப்படி சொல்லிட்டு நான் விட்டேன்னா மெசேஜ் வந்தது. உடனே அப்படி இந்த வாட்ச் அதில் மெசேஜ் என்னன்னு பார்த்தேன். அப்புறம் இதை ஒப்பிட்டினேன். ஒரு சார் என்கிட்ட கேட்டாங்க, சார் ஆர் யூ டிஜிட்டலி அடிக்ட், which is worrying me now. My dear students, I know many people are digitally addicted. Even while sleeping, they want their mobile in front of them, along with them. Very, very bad state of affair. ஒரு கார்டு முடிஞ்சிருது. Which means today's millennial or the people are to be very, very careful. Morning I heard somebody was saying that, every minute so many people are tracking you, tapping you. If you do not use your mobile or gadget for at least 1 hour a day, you are saving the whole world. I am very proud of Panimalar not allowing you to use the phone. ஆனால் அதில் இருக்கிற கஷ்டம் எங்களுக்கு தான் தெரியும், உங்களுக்கு எங்கே தெரிய போகுது? Which means, please. Very important aspect is that today people are addicted to gadget. I can give you 2 instances. Instance number 1, one of the very, very top executive came to me and said that I have problem, Chandra. What's the problem? My son is not willing to go to school. Why? He is gadget addict. Other lady, yesterday she was telling me, she is a very authoritative in time management. She says, my son, I wanted to know about time management, and I told him, I'm an authority, I'll teach you. He said, no. ChatGPT will help me. யூஎஸ்ல வந்து ஒரு குழந்தை டெய்லி பாட்டிகிட்ட பேசுது வீடியோவில், ஃபேஸ்புக்கில், ஃபேஸ் டைமில். பாட்டிக்கு ரொம்ப ஹாப்பி. பாட்டி, when are you coming back here? பாட்டி is so excited. பேரன் கூப்பிட்டுட்டான், போய் இறங்கிடுத்து பார்த்துடுத்து. பேபி is telling, பாட்டி, go to the room, open the laptop, come in video, not in front of me. That is the current situation. Next question is our சின்ன கதை, அங்கங்க கதை. The main point வரேன். Why is that we are locking our house? Safety. Wow, good. 10% of the people will not steal even if it is open. கடவுள் மேலே ரொம்ப பயம். ஆண்டவன் பார்க்குறாரு, நம்ம போகக்கூடாது, தொடக்கூடாது. Another 10% anyhow will open. அந்த பேலன்ஸ் 80% இருக்கு பாருங்க, நானும் நீயும். ஓப்பன் பண்ணலாமா, உடைக்கலாமா, வேண்டாமா, உடைக்கலாமா, வேண்டாமா. The reason being, If I break open, if somebody come to know about it, I'll get into major problem. As long as somebody not knowing about it, I can do anything. I can tell you, each one of you have done a mistake. If you go and think and the mistake you have committed so far, the reason is that nobody in the world know about it. Now, same is in the case of digital security. Digital security also, 10% of the people anyway going to open. 10% no. 80% of the people are trying to find out the way by which I can open this digital distress. My worry is, from this 80%, I love to move 10 or 20% towards the first category. But I'm getting worried, Kaila, there's a point you need to note, that from the 80%, I don't want them to move towards the 10% of the other 10%. Which means, I want you people to be very careful. One, you are gadget addict. This gadget can do anything. Nalladu pannu, kettadu pannu. And you as an individual should know how to take care of it. I was wondering, the gadget addict ennada pandranga? So I told my friend, என் ஒய்ஃப் ஊருக்கு போயிருக்காடா, என்ன பண்ணுறதுன்னு தெரில, சப்ப மேட்ரு தலை, மொபைல் வச்சிருக்கல பாரு. Believe it or not, I know how much excited you are when I talk about the subject, but how harmful it is when you start practicing it. Today when you go to hotel, look at the menu, you take the photo of it, put it in your, right? So I request you, cautious about whatever you do. Rendu card over. Now I want to come back to the important subject, where what way generative AI is a boon. Generative AI, you know, especially on security, how boon it is. Number one, generative AI can help the security with respect to automation and efficiency. You can start a company, startup people who wanted to have their brain or startup, think of something you can be able to bring in generative AI, which you can be able to automate the digital security process. Second, threat detection. Guru spoke to me saying that I need to be here on 28th. My friend, I was telling my friend, I'm going on 28th to Panimalar College. Believe it or not, millennial, 8th standard student, by the time we finish our conversation for 5 minutes, uncle, உங்க டாபிக்கை சாட் ஜிபிடியில் போட்டுட்டேன், அது சூப்பராக ஆன்சர் கொடுத்துருக்குது, உங்களுக்கு அனுப்பியிருக்கேன். Now you know why I didn't bring slides. So, the threat detection is possible through generative AI. Third one, behavioral analysis. தமிழ் ஒரு பழமொழி உண்டு, பல நாள் திருடன் ஒரு நாள் அகப்படுவான். So if we have a pattern of doing something mischievous, we can be able to do this particular pattern, which you can be able to tell you, next you are trying to do this action. we have a product called IC Leaf, Info Carrier Learning and Assessment Framework. I went to various colleges and told them, we have a framework, we don't want to use it. They said, framework, we don't have time to prepare the content. Sorry, we went with content. You are forcing me to educate your content to our students. Then we say, now generative AI. You go to generative AI, it will create a content for you. It will create a question answer for you. Many teachers are not aware. I must train them up. Generative AI can create 20 question answers within less than 5 minutes. Why the answer is right? So what I want to try to drive the point here is, as a boon, generative AI for security is going to help you in behavioral analysis. Next one, adaptive security. It can be able to get you a lot of adaptation in terms of data, in terms of results, in terms of decision making. I heard my ISACA colleague was talking about various certification. True, really true. I'm a 2 certificate from ISACA. I'm a serious professional and also data privacy professional. And also I'm a lawyer. முன்னால லாயராக இருக்கும்போது எங்கிட்ட ஒருத்தர் வந்து கேட்டா வச்சுக்க, நான் இந்த ஆளை கொலை பண்ண போகிறேன், கொலை பண்ணால் நீங்கள் காப்பாற்றுவீங்களா அப்படின்னு கேட்டான்னாக்கா, as a lawyer I will tell you, don't ask me any preventive question. Ask me reactive question. கொலை பண்ணிட்டு வா, அப்புறம் நான் உன்னை காப்பாற்றுறேன். Whereas I cannot say the same thing in digital fraud. So digitally I want to conduct a fraud. Can you help me? No, I cannot. Mainly because the digital fraud has got a track. Okay, Supra பேசுனீங்க, boon பத்தி பேசிட்டீங்க. What is the bane? Generative AI. ஒன்று வந்து adversarial attack, which means manipulating the AI system. One of the college asked me, can you give me proctor-based examination through your system? I said, very good, I'll give you. The biggest educational problem we have in our country, 300 hours of syllabus being taught by 30 hours by your lecturer, 3 hours by your examination, 3 minutes correction. What students say to me, computer correct பண்ணியிருந்தாக்கா சூப்பரா மார்க்ஸ் வாங்கியிருப்பேன், டீச்சர் கரெக்ட் பண்ணாலும் தான் நான் வாங்கலை. Which really mean adversarial attack is the most important aspect. Now I told them, don't worry, every 10 students write the examination wherever they are. I have a system, proctor-based system. நீ பார்த்துக்கிட்டே இருக்கலாம் மானிட்டரில், அவர் திரும்பி நாக்கா தெரியும், இது பண்ணா தெரியும், தலைஞ்சா தெரியும், டேக் இருக்குது, டேக் பார்த்துக்கிடுங்க. Next question, can you simplify my process? Whoever has got more than 20 tag, fail them. Which means these are all the one of the adverse effect of generative AI. Second, bias and fairness. Even in the case of generative AI, I can create a bias. Third one, a lack of explainability. If I need to explain how the security system should be, very difficult. எப்படி திருடுறான் அப்படிங்கிற நான் எப்படி சொல்ல முடியும்? இப்படியெல்லாம் திருடுறான், அவன் அதுக்கு மேலே யோசிக்கிறான். So it's very difficult for me to explain. Next, whatever said and done, even in generative AI, dependency can reduce. The last most important is privacy concern. Thanks a lot, I didn't bring any slides today. I was telling Kaila was showing some 2 pictures, which is true, which is false. Thanks a lot, I didn't bring any picture. Which means the privacy is completely gone. You may think nobody knows about you. Today, entire world knows that I am speaking here at this point of time. That is the power of internet. That's the power of digital. Last, போலாமாப்பா, டைம் இருக்கா? கேட்டுக்கிறேன் அவங்ககிட்ட. சொல்லியிருக்காரு அவர், கையை காமிப்பேன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காரு, நான் கேட்டுக்கிட்டேன். The most important aspect is that this digital is going to bring in ethical practices, also going to bring in transparency. The days are not far off where our finance minister Nirmala Sitharaman will give balance sheet for every entrepreneur working in India. Transparency. She knows invoices. If you are more than 5 crore, you must use e-invoice. So my e-invoice is talking about completely my revenue, GST. Talk about my expenditure. So she will tell you, this year you made this much profit, this is the tax, transparency. So same transparency will bring about you. How you studied in Panimalar, what all the mistakes you did, how many times you ragged your professor. Transparency. Second, we have something called ethical practices. Ethical is a very big subject. I am specializing in it. That's the reason I always. Ethical is dharmam. Nejamave dharmam. Whether you follow Bible or Quran or Bhagavad Gita or are talking one common language is dharmam. So அந்த தர்மம் கடைபிடிக்கணும்னாக்கா ethical practice very important. So I want to conclude my session saying that lot of opportunity for you in digital security area. You can become digital police, digital cop. Like we have a traffic police, you have law and order, you have women, whatnot, IPR. Yesterday's news was really alarming. New York Times is going to sue Microsoft AI for IP-related infringement, which is the latest news which is floating. Which means you have a lot of opportunity to become a digital cop. நிறைய பேர் வந்து எனக்கு பாடி பில்டிங் இல்லை, போலீஸ் ஆக முடியல, கவலைப்படாதீங்க. பெஸ்ட்டு you can become a digital police in the area of one, law and order, traffic, IPR related. With this, I am here to take up any questions if at all you have. யாருமே questions இல்லைனா ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம். Questions இருந்தாக்கா ரொம்ப ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம். Any questions? Your questions can be vague, which questions can be in Tamil or English, and I am willing to answer you so that I'll be happy to answer your questions. Questions எதுவும் இல்லையா? எல்லாம் புரிஞ்சிருத்தா? ஐயோ, மக்களே இங்கே ஏதாவது இருக்கா? கேள்வி கேளுங்கடா டேய், வாழ்க்கையில் கேள்வி கேளுங்கடா. Thank you very much. I love to conclude my talk with wishing you all a very happy New Year 2024. Look forward you all to become a great citizen and law-abiding citizen, especially information technology, security, obliging citizen. My last one is that இந்த தமிழ் படத்துலலாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா ஃபஸ்ட்டில் என்ன வரும்னு கேட்டாக்கா, புகைப்பிடித்தல் உடலுக்கு கெடுதி, ரெண்டாவது வந்து மது குடியை கெடுக்கும். அதே மாதிரி if you are going to move away from digital trafficking, digital laws, digital rule, you not only you get into problem, even entire society will get into problem. With that, thank you very much for your time. See you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for providing us an engaging session and sharing your experience and knowledge. Thank you.
Hi guys. ஒரு கொஸ்டின் எல்லாருக்குமே இருக்குன்னு தெரியும் எப்போ விட போறீங்கன்ட்டு, பட் அன்ஃபார்ச்சுனேட்லி கொஞ்சம் டைம் ஆகும். ஸோ நீங்கள்லாம் வெயிட் பண்ணி தான் ஆகணும், ரைட்? ஸோ வாட் வாஸ் த ஒன் டேக் அவே யூ டுக் ஃப்ரம் திஸ் ஹோல் செஷன்? இதில் யாருக்காவது ஏதாவது புரிஞ்சுதா? கை தூக்குனீங்கன்னா கேப்பு கிடைக்கும். கேப் மட்டும் கிடைக்காதுப்பா, பதிலும் சொல்லணும். சொல்லுங்க தம்பி. சைட்ல இந்த கலாய்க்கிறவங்க எல்லாம் திருப்பி கூப்பிட்டு விட்டுருவேன்.
என்ன புரிஞ்சிச்சுன்னு தெரியல, ஆனால் நல்லா புரிஞ்சு. என்ஜாய் பண்ணேன், நல்லா என்ஜாய் பண்ணேன்.
இதுக்கு உங்களுக்கு கேப் கொடுக்கலாமா இல்லை உங்ககிட்ட வீட்டில் இருக்க கேப் வாங்கிடலாமா? எனிவேஸ்,
ஆக்சுவலி எனக்கு சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டினா என்னன்னு தெரியாது, இப்போ தான் நானே கவனித்து எல்லாம் புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டேன்.
தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச். ஸோ நான் உங்களை மாதிரி இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டாக இருக்கும்போது ஒன் திங் தட் ஹெல்ப்ட் மீ டு கெட் வேர் ஐ ஆம் டுடே இஸ் லிங்க்டின். நிறைய பேர் லிங்க்டின் வச்சிருக்காங்க. இதில் எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு விஷயம் மட்டும் சொல்லுங்க, ஹவு மெனி ஆஃப் யூ ஹேவ் யுவர் பயோ ஆஸ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் அட் பனிமலர் இன்ஜினியரிங் காலேஜ்? என்ன பண்ண போறீங்க அதை வச்சு? சரி, எல்லாரும் which years are you studying? Third years, how many? எல்லாருமே third years ஆ? ஓகே. ஸோ 1 yearல பிளேஸ்மெண்ட் உட்காரணுமா? என்ன பண்ண போறீங்கன்னு தெரியுமா? இன்னைக்கு அப்புறம் யாராவது சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி பண்ண போறீங்கன்னு ஐடியா இருக்கா? இத்தனை பேர்ல 4 பேர் தானா? டேய் நாலு முழுசா பேசணும் வேடா. Okay, anyway. So guys, one takeaway that I want to give you, right? So நான் ஏன் இதை சொல்றேன்னா, I want to compare the contrast between students here and students in the United States of America. நான் அதுவும் இவன் போய் பார்த்துட்டான் அதனால பேசுறாலும் எதுவும் இல்லை, எனக்கு இது ஜெனுவினா தோணுனது நான் சொல்றேன். ஓகேங்களா? How it is in the United States of America is, நீங்கள் யூஸ்வலி செகண்ட் ஆர் தேர்ட் இயரில் போய் ஒரு இன்டர்ன்ஷிப்னு ஒன்று பண்ணுவீங்க. நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம்னா, ஒரு 4 கம்பெனி இருக்காங்க, சர்டிஃபிகேட் வாங்கி வந்து கொடுப்போம். சரிங்களா? அவங்க ஆக்சுவலாகவே இன்டர்ன்ஷிப் பண்ணுவாங்க. when I went there newly, there is a competition called CTF. ஓகேங்களா? CTFனா என்னன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, கேப்சர் த ஃப்ளாக். அதில் வந்து என்ன பண்ணுவீங்கன்னா, யூ ஹாவ் அ டார்கெட், நீங்கள் அந்த டார்கெட் அட்டாக் பண்ணி ஒரு ஃப்ளாக்னு ஒன்று எடுக்கணும். சரிங்களா? we were around 60 students. அதில் 7 பேர் மாஸ்டர் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், everybody else was a undergrad. நாங்கள் போய் உட்காடுறோம், லேப்டாப் திறக்கிறோம், 10 undergrads, we found the first flag. டே எப்படா? Mostly people have to take learning for the sake of learning. We do it for the sake of marks. எல்லாருமே எல்லாம் படிக்க சொல்ல, எல்லாமே படிக்காதீங்க, எனக்கே பாதி சப்ஜெக்ட்லாம் பிடிக்காது. சரியா? நானே அறிய வச்சு தான் பாஸ் பண்ணேன், நான் இல்லைன்னு சொல்லலை. சரிங்களா? உங்களுக்கு பிடிச்ச ஒரு சப்ஜெக்ட் ஏதாவது ஒன்று எடுத்து அது நல்லா படிங்க. சரிங்களா? ஸோ அகைன் ரிப்பீட்டிங் த கோட் தட் ஐ செட் இன் த மார்னிங், நோ சம்திங் அபவுட் எவ்ரிதிங் அண்ட் எவ்ரிதிங் அபவுட் சம்திங். சரிங்களா? அந்த ஒரு சப்ஜெக்ட் எடுத்து, இஃப் யூ டூ யுவர் இன்டர்ன்ஷிப் இன் த தேர்ட் இயர், ரைட்? நான் ஏன் இன்டர்ன்ஷிப்புக்கு வந்தேன்னா, we have so many professionals on LinkedIn. சரிங்களா? ask for their guidance. I am stuck in a stage in my career where I don't know which career path to take. சரிங்களா? செக்யூரிட்டியிலே அஃபென்சிவ் செக்யூரிட்டி இருக்கு, டிஃபென்சிவ் செக்யூரிட்டி இருக்கு, பர்பிள் டீமிங் இருக்கு. எதுவுமே இல்லைனா நான் 24 நாள் ஸ்டாக் பார்க்குறேன் அப்படின்னு லாக் உட்காந்து பார்க்கலாம், என்ன வேணாலும் பண்ணலாம். எனக்கு தெரியல என்ன பண்ணுறதுன்ட்டு, எனக்கு என்ன பிடிக்கும்னு தெரியல. வாட் ஐ டிட் வாஸ், கூகுளோட ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் மேனேஜர், சரிங்களா, இவர் தான் ரிப்ளை பண்ண மாட்டார்னு முடிவோடு தான் மெசேஜாக அனுப்புனேன். நான் வந்து இந்த மாதிரி, சார் நான் இதெல்லாம் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கேன், நான் இதெல்லாம் பண்ணியிருக்கேன், ஐ வாண்ட் யூர் கைடன்ஸ், என்ன பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்ட்டு. நான் என்ன நினச்சேன், சரி ஓகே, யாரோ ஒருத்தன் இந்தியாவிலேருந்து வந்த பையன் மெசேஜ் பண்ணுறான், இவரெல்லாம் பார்த்துட்டு விட்டுருவாருன்னு நினச்சேன். ஹி வாஸ் ஸோ கைண்ட். உடனே அடுத்த நாள் ஒரு கூகுள் மீட் ஸ்கெடியூல் பண்ணி, தம்பி இதெல்லாம் தான்ப்பா நான் பண்ணேன், இப்படிலாம் பண்ணதுனால நான் இங்கே இருக்கேன், இப்படிலாம் பண்ணனா நீயும் இங்கே இருக்கலாம், இல்லை வேற மாதிரி பண்ணனா யூ கேன் லேண்ட் அப் இன் திஸ் கரியர் பாத் அப்படின்ட்டு. அண்ட் ஐ ஹாவ் அ வெரி ஹாப்பி thing of knowing, once a professional told me, never fear to ask questions, the worst you can get is a no. இதுவே நீங்கள் இன்ஸ்டாகிராமில் மீம்லாம் வேறு மாதிரி பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. ஸோ அதெல்லாம் இங்கே பேசலை. சரிங்களா? ஸோ when you ask for guidance, what is the worst someone can say? They can ignore or they can say, யாருப்பா நீ சிப்ப அப்படின்வாங்க. அதுக்கு மேலே வேறு ஏதாவது பண்ண முடியுமா உங்களை? If you get something out of it, it is for your gain. So I would request each and every one of you to create LinkedIn. சரிங்களா? போய் எல்லாரையும் தேட வேணாம். இன்னைக்கு இத்தனை கெஸ்ட் ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் இருக்காங்கல்ல நம்ம கிட்ட, அவங்களோட கனெக்ட் ஆகுங்க முதல்ல எல்லாரும். எனக்கு இப்போ தம்பி சொன்னார், எனக்கு என்னன்னே புரியல பட் ஜாலியாக இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னாரு. ஓகேவா? அதுவே சொல்லுங்க, சார் இன்னைக்கு வந்திருந்தோம், சும்மா ஜாலியாக இருந்துச்சு, இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் அந்த ஜாலி வேணும்னு எதிர்பார்க்குறோம், என்ன பண்ணலான்னு கேளுங்க. இப்படியே கேட்காதீங்க, பிளாக் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. பட் இந்த லைன்ஸில் கேளுங்க. சரிங்களா? ரீச் அவுட் டு பீப்புள், அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் வாட் இஸ் தேர் இன் த மார்க்கெட். நீங்கள் இது முடிச்சுட்டு யூ வில் ஹாவ் பிளேஸ்மெண்ட்ஸ், a lot of companies will come, you will understand what will happen, you will go to a company. சரிங்களா? என்னோட இருக்கிறவங்களாம், I know a lot of toppers in my batch who are feeling sad that they didn't do this. They didn't connect with people. அதே வந்து நான் வந்து ஒரு ஓரமாக அரியர் வச்சுட்டு உட்காந்துருந்தேன். நான் வந்து சரிடா எனக்கு நான் நெட்வொர்க் பண்ணேன், எனக்கு இந்த மாதிரி ஹெல்ப் பண்ணாங்க, நான் இன்னைக்கு இது பண்ணிட்டுருக்கேன்னு சொல்ல முடியுது. ஐ வாண்ட் யூ ஆல் டு பி தேட். எனக்கு யாரும் சொல்லன்னு சொல்லக்கூடாது. இதுக்கு மேலே சொன்னீங்கன்னா கேமராவில் பதிவு இருக்க மாட்டிப்பீங்க. சரிங்களா? ஸோ அட்லீஸ்ட் நோ தேர் இஸ் அ கெரியர் பாத், தேர் இஸ் அ வே, அண்ட் ஈவன் இஃப் யூ டோன்ட் நோ வாட் டு டூ, there are professionals who want to give back to the community and who are willing to help. Reach out to them, ask for help. Reach out to Kaila. Kaila posts some very good content. Follow her. Follow all the professionals here. Vaidyanathan sir posts very regularly. He posts a lot of important content and good content. இதெல்லாம் ஃபாலோ பண்ணி சரி பேசுறதுக்கு தான் பயமா இருக்குன்னா பார்த்தாவது கற்றுக்கோங்க. There is a lot of things to do outside this college campus. காலேஜில் சாப்பாடு இருக்குது, ஓகே. அது இல்லாமல் சைடில் நிறைய விஷயம் ஓடும், அதுவும் ஓகே, சரிங்களா. அது இல்லாமல் இந்த கேம்பஸ்க்கு வெளியும் நிறைய விஷயம் இருக்குது. எக்ஸ்ப்ளோர் தட், அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் தட், லேர்ன் தட், and I wish you all a very good luck in your careers, சரிங்களா. Now I'll give the mic to Kaila for some more explanation of bits and bytes and to learn. Thank you so much. டேய் பாதி பேர் தூங்குறாங்களா, நீங்களும் கை தட்டுங்கடா. Thank you so much guys, thank you.
Another round of applause for Gautam, who has done an incredible job organizing all of this. But thank you all for being here today. We have a few words of how to get involved more with Bits and Bytes Cybersecurity. But with that, we'll kind of do this quickly so we can wrap up everything. But we want to keep you guys involved. As Gautam said, this is only the first step. And I hope that this is a launching pad for you all to take off in your careers, and 10 years from now we'll see you as the CEO of an organization of your own, or a big executive at a company working somewhere, and it'll be so incredible that it all began here in this very room today. So first of all, one round of applause for you all for being here today and taking the courage to join us. Even that, you've done the first step already of putting yourself out there. And as Gautam said, connect with every one of us here. You never know when a single connection will change your life and take it in a completely different direction. So with that, so ways to stay involved, right? This is just the first step. So a couple of things. One, we have a number of courses. As I said, we're offering them free for all you students who have attended today. So please, please, please either come find me or Guru Uncle. Like, we have business cards in which we have QR codes that you can find where you can go to the curriculum. Or we also have them on the slide deck, and I'll make sure to circulate that as well. And as Gautam said, if you follow any one of us on social media, you'll see us posting about the curriculum as well. So please take the curriculum. If you finish the curriculum, we will offer you a certificate that you've completed our Bits and Bytes Cybersecurity Fundamentals course. And from there, you can put that on your resume, you can put it on your LinkedIn, that you've completed a foundational course, and that will hopefully help you all launch into the next stage of your career as well. So we have the free curriculum, we have mentorship programs where we'll offer for students mentors, as Gautam said, people who have walked the path before you. And that's the biggest message from me, is just I hope that today is the first step in a long and wonderful and exciting career ahead of you all. So congratulations for coming and being here, and also Happy New Year too. You can share. Oh yeah. We also have a volunteer form. On the business card, you'll find a QR code as well to fill out our volunteer form. As Ishwar Uncle said, volunteering is the most impactful part of your journey. By coming up here and teaching about cybersecurity and all these topics, you learn so much. You know, 7 years ago when I started doing this work, I didn't know anything about cybersecurity. I barely knew what it was. So if you're interested in helping volunteering or donations, anything like that, anything to help the nonprofit in any way that you see, or even become a student who looks for mentors in the organization, we have an interest form to just gather your emails and send you information further. So please fill out that interest form, and I'll pass to Guru Uncle to share more about how to get involved.
I think we are out of time for this segment. They are going to continue other activities. But to summarize, Gautam and Kaila have explained to all of them. Don't forget that volunteer spirit. That's very important. You are here to study. You are here to find tools for your career. in addition to good grades, in addition to good certificates, what is important is to, like Gautam said and Kaila said, to beautify your resume or biodata. And while doing that, volunteer work will be regarded as a very good tool. So please keep in touch with us. We are going to be working with the college, and from United States we will support you every way we can. And the college also will help you how to find us, how to work with us. I wish you all the best and look forward to working with each one of you. Thank you.
Now we'll move on to the felicitation part. I now request our principal, Dr. K. Mani, to felicitate Mr. Naganath Guru with a shawl and a memento. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Helda Mercy, HOD of IT Department, to felicitate Ms. Kaila Guru with a shawl and a memento. Thank you, ma'am. I request our principal, Dr. K. Mani, to felicitate Mr. Vaidyanathan Chandramouli with a shawl and a memento. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. M.S. Balamurugan, Chief Talent Officer, to felicitate Mr. Balachandar Nadrajan with a shawl and a memento. Thank you, sir. I again request Mr. M.S. Balamurugan, Chief Talent Officer, to felicitate Mr. Nibi Mauryan with a shawl and a memento. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Paul Theophilus Rajkumar to felicitate Mr. A. Chandrasekharan with a shawl and a memento. Thank you, sir. Again, request Dr. Paul Theophilus Rajkumar to felicitate Mr. Ishwar Balasubramanian with a shawl and a memento. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Helda Mercy, HOD, IT Department, to felicitate Mr. Gautam Krishnan with a shawl and a memento. Thank you, ma'am. I now